Happy Sunday, everyone. It's September 14th, 2025, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Caught for Two. My name is Jesse, and today we're doing an audience choice mystery game. I was telling the chat that I try to keep you guys on your toes. One week we've got no live streams, and then the next week we just try to pack them in as much as possible. A little uneven. I know YouTube says people prefer to have regular schedules they can keep to. Can't be done. So we're making the best of it. Today you're going to choose which of the games I have in front of me to play. The ground rules here are that you shouldn't vote for anything that you don't think you might stay for. So let me go over the choices you have, and then we'll chat for a bit and let everyone decide what they want to play. So normally on Sundays at 1 p.m., we start a Dear Holmes case where we read one letter each week. Now, so that's what we would normally be doing, and we can do that. We can start a new case today. This is the latest case from Dear Holmes. The only reason maybe to not do that is that in October, which is in 2 weeks, we will start our traditional spooky, scary, supernatural month of mystery games. And so maybe it would be better to have the Sundays in October free to do such games rather than playing Dear Holmes. All right, but that's an option. Another option are these two small mystery card games that were sent to me by Stacy, a viewer of the channel. They look like maybe a little bit Suspects-like small card mystery games. There is an app that walks you through the case, two separate cases. They look interesting, but I have no idea what to expect. So if you want to try something new, we can pick one of these to play. I don't know how long it will take. This says 60 minutes. So that could be a couple hours for us. Another option is for us to play the second wallet-based game that we have. We played the Unsolved Case Files wallet-based game a couple weeks ago. This is a much thinner physical version, but I guess there's an app. But there's the gimmick. You have a found wallet with some items in it, and you're trying to solve some case. I think this one is, again, listed at about an hour 90 minutes, so that could take us a couple hours to play. Then you have the Medieval Mishap, which would be the second of the history mystery games that we've played. We played one other that was rated easier, but we liked it. Quite high production values. Again, uses an app to guide you through. This one, you can see the art is gorgeous. 1 to 2 hours. So this could be a 5-hour game by the time we're done with it. Then another option for us is to play Three Secrets. This is much more of an interactive game. We'd probably play for an hour or so. Very much like Black Stories or Crack the Case. Essentially, I would just show a picture to the channel, and then you guys would ask yes or no questions to try to figure out what's going on. It's actually a type of game that I love and is great for playing in groups where everyone's just sitting wherever they want and ask questions. But this is not really a mystery game that we would solve together. This is much more of an interactive game where you're just trying to ask questions in the chat and I will answer them. Then the last choice I have for you is a game I've been itching to play for a while, the final case in Detective Season 1. There are 3 cases in this box. We've played the first 2 quite a while ago, but we still have one that we haven't played. This is a card-based game, much like Suspects, but with some unique elements and an online portal where you can get access to some database stuff. But I've been wanting to finish the last case in this box for a while. This would take us several hours to play. This is so real serious deduction, puzzle, interactive, male reading a story. All right, so let me put up the voting. You guys can vote whenever you want. Just don't worry about getting the title exactly right. Just type vote and then what you want, or vote for and then what game you want to vote for. So you got to write vote for and then what you want to vote for, otherwise the system won't process it. And you can write it however you want. Like Joseph has said, here are his 2 choices. We'll just make sense of the voting when I am going to fix this view so that you can see me while you're voting. Just all of my views for voting are terrible. Like you can't see the choices properly. There's a little bit better. Let's see, we've got Medieval Mishap and 3 Secrets are the ones that are winning here. Kind of surprising. Is there anything else to talk about before we get started here? I finally went and saw a Weapons movie, which was good, very good. Not amazing, though. Two for Hush Money, the wallet game. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for Medieval Mishap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 Secrets. Gwyn says, we just watched Weapons last night, some fun parts. Dort says, solid 8 out of 10, dinged a little by pointless vignettes. Yeah, I mean, I liked it a lot. I liked his previous movie, Barbarian, substantially more, though. I mean, obviously, don't spoil it for anyone. Yeah, it almost wasn't a horror movie. It's one of these new hybrid horror movies. Are you a horror fan, Jesse? I am a horror fan, but not for gory horror. Like, I don't like gore. I'm much more of a classic Rosemary's Baby psychological horror fan. The Spaminate says, if you want a good horror film, I recommend The Long Walk, one of the best Stephen King adaptations I've seen. Well, I will absolutely see The Long Walk. It is fascinating to me. I was just talking to Greg about... Greg has a new YouTube channel he's experimenting with, a talk radio show, and we were talking briefly about the how Stephen King's novellas keep getting adapted, and I was wondering why that is. Is there something about the way he writes that makes them particularly well suited to movie adaptations, or is it just that we're all used to it? Personally, I find most of Stephen King's writing terrible. And it feels to me like he just doesn't have an editor. It just goes all stream of consciousness, and it's really quite bad. But on the other hand, there's something about it that's almost like comforting because the style is so recognizable, and it doesn't move at a nice pace. They're very long books, but there's something about them that is compelling. Stephen King's writing was good back when he was on cocaine, says the Spaminite. All right. Lake Mungo, ghost movie. I don't think I know that one. All right. Let's take a look at what we've got as our final votes here. It looks like, where is my best view here? Medieval Mishap, Medieval Mishap, Medieval Mishap, Medieval Mishap. It's just one I'm having a hard time seeing. Where is the... I don't know how to switch that better. But it looks like we're going to play Medieval Mishap. All right. Well, Medieval Mishap it is. I've said that the audience was going to choose it, and the audience has chosen it. All right. Well, so we're not playing Detective Modern Crime. I'm going to have to schedule that for myself one of these days because I really do want to finish it. And I am very curious about these, but I didn't push them. And the audience wants to play Medieval Mishap, which is a pretty good, looks like not a bad choice for a high quality game. So, but this is going to be a serious puzzle game, so I am going to need some help with this one. Now, what was the first game we played in this series? There are 3 games in this series. The last one was a Roman set one, which kickstarted and is not delivered yet, but which I did back. So it is good we're finishing the 2 previously released ones. Roman Rivalry is the one that's not yet delivered. And the first one we played, can someone remind me what it was called? It was a timed, easier game, but you can see that these are all time travel themed. This is ages 8 and up. Okay. All right, let's get it out. It says, are you ready? Only open this box when it's time to start your adventure. Read the instructions first. Pay attention to every detail. Most of all, have fun. Wasn't it Egyptian? Yes, it was an Egyptian-themed game. The Egyptian Enigma, maybe? And Roman Rivalry is the new one that hasn't delivered yet. All right, we've got a little bit of a dossier here and a starting letter. Okay. Deputy Director L. Steele, the Director of Dimensional Espionage. Here's our letter from Agent Steele at the Ministry of Time. To whom it may concern, Lance Steele here, Deputy Director of the Ministry of Time. I'll cut to the chase. One of our junior agents has gone missing in the Middle Ages, and I need a trustworthy recruit to help get her back. Are you up to the challenge? Here's the situation. The Ministry has detected a historical anomaly. That means somebody is using future technology in the past, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you that's strictly forbidden. It could cause all kinds of chaos. Our agent's name is Gwen, a smart cookie, but this is only her first assignment. She's located the anomaly at a tournament in England in 1345. Seems it was a pretty big deal. Knights in armor fighting each other on horseback to win a trophy, that sort of thing. So Gwen took her time machine back there to investigate. That was the last we heard from her. Mighty suspicious. I'll brief you directly before we get started, so connect to the internet and log into the ministry at this URL. There, enter the username Steele2399. Then use my enclosed ministry ID card to figure out the password as follows. The sum of the two smallest digits, the fifth letter of my rank, the fourth letter, Pretty crafty, eh? I'll meet you online. Okay, so that's our little start. Clearly, heavy use of the internet. Now, let me say this before we get started. This is one of these mystery games you can only play through once. So if this seems appealing to you, you can now or at any time, you might want to consider stopping watching, ordering the game yourself from this company website, and then playing it with your group, your family, if this looks like it appeals to you, and you can come back and watch the video afterwards and share your thoughts. What I think we'll do is we'll take an early break now to let people sign off if they don't want to join me for the actual playthrough. For the rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll get started. All right, we're back and ready to get started. It is interesting that most of the mystery games we play on this channel are fairly adult, often involving killers and murder. And then there's a little subgenre that focuses on puzzle games, mostly puzzle games, that are family friendly, and this is one of those series. We also recently played the Ministry of Lost Things, which was very well done puzzle game, suitable for families. And this looks like another one of these games. All right, so I've brought up the website here, and you can see we're told exactly how to generate the password and username. So let's see. We can get ourselves started off here, right? Steal 2399. Okay, password is what? The sum of the two smallest digits in my identification number here. So 1 and 4 gives you 5. The fifth letter of my rank. Area of expertise. What is his rank? Name, department, area, expiration. Deputy director. What do you call his rank? Fourth letter of my area of expertise, the last letter of my department. Oh, there's his rank, deputy director, I guess. Okay. Fifth letter. This kind of seems silly. Like, why are we being made to do this? But okay. So, fifth letter is a T. Fourth letter of area of expertise is an E. Last letter of my department is an E. And then the last two letters of my name, L-E, which we're not allowed to see. Okay. Sure, go ahead and save it. Okay. Click to enable sound. What? I don't understand. Like, there's no choice? It's just telling us that it's going to give us sound? All right, I'm going to turn this on. Let's see what kind of sound you get from here. You have successfully logged into the Ministry of Time operating system. I'm going to turn off the sound. I'm sure it's entertaining, but might be a little distracting for you. I can't hear it. Okay, you've successfully logged into the Ministry of Time operating system, MOTOS for short. Are you ready to access this time machine? We recommend using as large a screen as possible. Turn up your sound. Make sure you have a pen and some paper to hand. All right, well, we don't have... We're playing this on a small screen. We'll see if that gives us trouble. Hopefully we won't need to hear the sound. Okay, I can see already this does not like the screen size. Let's see what options we have here. We can go onto the desktop site. Oh, lovely. All right, it really doesn't like that. And it really doesn't like that. What kind of nonsense is that? What? What is this? I'm not sure it's in the right. I guess it is. Okay, that's weird. Let's try it this way, though. It's not ideal, but let's see. Can we... I mean, it really doesn't look like it likes this screen size, but let's see. All right, receiving transmission. Location, the Ministry of Time, period 2352. Press the button below to begin. I can't see this very well, but I don't see that we have an option. It says, jolly good, you made it. Sorry for the formality. One can never be too careful while the Ministry of Time's arch nemesis, the Baron, is still at large. I'll level with you, old bean. The truth is, Agent Gwen is my niece. She tells me I worry too much, but there is simply no way she was ready to take on an operation like this yet. It's up to us to rescue her, or who knows what will happen. I'm going to see if I can switch it to portrait. It really doesn't want us to view this screen on a tablet. All right, well, we'll have to do it this way. I just can't see it very well. Fortunately, just before we stopped receiving a signal from her time machine, she sent us her case file. As per ministry protocol, many of the notes are encrypted, but if we can crack the codes, they should give us the clues we need to track her down and bring her home. Let's get down to brass tacks, buckaroo. In the left-hand side of the file is a map of the town the tournament was held in, and a list of all the knights who competed in it. It's called the Domesday page. Now, the problem is this map doesn't have a name on it. Before I can travel there in my time machine, we need to figure out what the town is called. All I can tell you so far is that the town's name is made up of 3 words. Can you use these 2 documents to figure out what they are? Okay, so in the bottom left, it's telling us what physical documents we're going to look at to come up with the town's 3-word name. All right. Thankfully, now we can get to the physical documents. It's a shame that that website seems so poorly suited to using a tablet for no reason. There is no reason that has to require a big screen. All right, so there's tape here. I don't know why they're doing that. Okay, lots of beautiful documents here. So here's Exhibit A and Exhibit B. These are the 2 items that are going to give us the town name. Now, look how gorgeous this map is. Wow. Look how beautiful that is. Okay, anything on the back here? No. Get it flat. Wow, that is pretty. Okay, says here, I have 3 names, but together they make one. I am the town of blank, blank, blank. And here we say, number 1, my first is a color, and the last of 3 crowns. My second is a thing, somewhere between a fowl and a fish. My third is a shape in black and white, but not in gray, and gray spelled G-R-A-Y-E. First is a color, and the last of 3 crowns. Second is a thing. Okay, so, and then we're told that we also need this item, the Domesday page. So, crowns. My first is a color, the last of 3 crowns. So there's 3 crowns. The last is red. So it looks like probably red is our first letter. first word. The second is a thing somewhere between a fowl and a fish. So a bird and a fish. Do we see those? Do we see a bird and a fish here? Not really. A fowl and, oh, there we go. There's the fowl, there's the fish. Between it is a bridge. The red bridge. I believe that's a bridge. What does it say? Of the Osterbeck estate, from a family with a keen interest in balusters and fire, and very few surviving members. I mean, I don't know if technically you'd call this a bridge or if it's something else, but it looks like a bridge. Okay. My third is a shape in black and white, but not in gray. A shape in black and white, but not in gray. I wonder if the gray, Graye, is the name of one of these places. Garriston White, Remington Gray. There you go. Okay, so in black and white, here's Sir Denton Black. Here's Sir Tendeth Waits. Here's Sir Garrison White. Sorry, it's not this one. Denton Black, Garrison White, and Remington Gray, Graye. So we're looking for a shape that's in here and here, but not in here. And you can see what shape that is the square. There's a square in black, there's a square in white, there's no square in gray. Okay, so far pretty easy. So we've got red bridge square. All right, well, let's go ahead and put this in and see if it's happy with this. Red bridge square. It makes sense that that would be the name of a town. Agent Steele says nothing. Oh, Red Bridge Square. That's the town. Smashing stuff. Guess he wants us to continue. I'm curious to look at this map more. All right, we know the name of the town, but it looks like there are plenty of fields around the map that could hold a tournament. Before I set off, I'll need you to help me figure out which is the right one. Have a look at the papers again. See if Gwen mentions any identifying features that might help us. Okay, we're trying to figure out where the tournament was held. We're to use, for this puzzle, the map and item C. What is item C? Okay. I mean, it's a little easy so far, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get more interesting. So here's our map. I mean, this is beautiful. I want to spend some time looking at it. We're told that the tournament might be held in the outer fields, outer areas. And then this is going to help us, huh? Okay, let's read this and see if it really does help us. Memo from Deputy Director Steele. Attention of Junior Agent Steele. First assignment. Gwen, best of luck on your first assignment. Get out there and show the world what us Steels are made of. That's right, Steele. Our family has a long and proud history as agents ever since our ancestor helped found the Ministry of Time all those centuries ago. I know you'll make me proud. If you need anything at all, I'm just a chronophone away, Uncle Lance. And then this is Gwen's writing, and she says, he means well, but I wish he wouldn't fuss. I can handle myself. And then beware the Baron by the order of the director. This man, known as the Baron, is a powerful enemy of the Ministry of Time and is not to be trusted. All agents should exercise extreme caution and avoid engaging with him under any circumstances. Avoid at all costs. Okay, well, how does this help us? Ah, I see. It helps us because she has drawn on the back. So I guess she's probably drawing from where the tournament is. She says the west gate is in the distance. I finally made it to the tournament. It's beautiful here. Decided to do a quick sketch of the view. So there's a big tree, an old well, some strange standing stones, and a pheasant from the woods behind me. All right, so we've got woods behind her. That's got the pheasant, and it looks like she's facing the west gates are in the distance. All right, let's try to find these things on our map. So, whoops, we've got the east gate and the west gate. So here's the west gate in the distance. So you might expect that she's looking this way with the west gate. And then there's a branching road and an old well and the woods behind her. So here's Queens Ferry Woods. Is that a well? Well, sure, that's not really a well. And where's the standing stone? Westgate in the distance. I mean, you would think that she's probably... There's birds in woods, so it would make sense, but there's birds in every woods. Well, there's a standing stone. Are there more standing stones? Maybe she's over here looking at the west gate this way. There's a well, there's the standing stone, and it's in the right order, right? Okay. So well, tree, standing stone, and here's woods where the birds are behind her, so I think she's right there. I believe she is right here in the Saxon field. Any disagreement? I mean, there is also this one. How do we know she's not looking at this one? How do we know she's not looking this way? Because there is... So she's looking this way. The standing is on her left. I guess maybe she's here. So let's... Okay, let's look at it again. I'm not the best at spatial stuff, but okay, if she was where I thought she was originally, at the Saxon field, looking at the west gate, then this still works. Well, tree, standing stone, and west gate slightly off to the left, and here's our branching road. Okay, so I still think that's right, but where was the place I was also considering? So is there any way it could be here? No. No, that would be wrong. Okay, Saxon Field. The quails are near every piece of wood, so you can't just look at quails, and there are standing stones in lots of places, and there are wells in lots of places. But to find these three in the right order looks like Saxon Field. Okay, shall we guess Saxon Field? Does anyone disagree with that? I mean, we haven't been exactly comprehensive in considering all options, but I only see a couple places with the Standing Stone and the Well, and it seems like that's the only one that's really compatible. All right, let's try Saxonfield. I actually typed Saxonfield, but it looks like I didn't have to. Why is there... I don't know why there's such a delay here. Maybe it's music. All right, Saxonfield outside the town of Redbridge Square. Cross your fingers, stay on the line. In the meantime, why not open up the rest of Gwen's case file? We're bound to need her notes. Toodle pip, compadre. And I guess if I turned up the volume, we'd probably hear him illustrating this. Okay, so it's telling us we now have access to all of the documents. So let us take a moment to look at the rest of her documents because there's quite a bit here. It is weird that this evidence is spelled out this way. We've got her agent number, case number. All right, let's see what we've got. We've got a notebook with some pretty looking ink stamps. Okay. We've got a sealed envelope G. Look at how pretty these are. Holy cow. I mean, if you like this medieval style art, which I do, this is just beautiful. Looks like you're supposed to cut these out and put them here. Then we've got, what do we call these? Like linographs? They're linotype carved out of like a rubbery substrate, and then you ink them. 3 stars at midnight. All right, a little mat here. Look at this. Some sort of astrological thing. More medieval art. Look at this. Top 5 horses in the Grand Horse Contest of 1145. It's like betting on horses. Okay, and then fine feasting, feeding you the freshest feudal flavors fast. It's a list of guests and their dietary requirements. All right. Very beautiful art, but we don't know which ones we have to use next. The game just told us to familiarize ourselves. Now, before I continue, I do want to remember to do something. Stacy told me keep track of your answers as you play, maybe because she fears that the app will reset and make us do it again. So I do want to write down our answers. Red Bridge Square was our answer to our first question. 0 was the name. Okay, and then the second answer we got was Saxonfield. All right, so we'll keep updating this as we play in case it's important. Let's just take a look at this map and appreciate it. We've got the Bly Woods, Bly Field. And then we have the Upper Bly Estate. So here's all the Blys up here. The Holy Trinity Church. The Lower Bly Estate. Straight Arrow Farm. The Blackwell Estate. So I guess we're going to find all of these different royalty all over this map. All right. What else do we have here? Oak Grove Farm, Newbury Field, Meadowfield, St. Nicholas Church. The Pershore Woods are over here in the west. Ancient Stone Circle. St. Peter's Church. Chesterfield. Thorpe Cave Exit. So we've got a cave exit here. Oh, look, here's our legend. Let's take a look at this legend. Standing stones, wells, pheasants, quails, a warehouse, a mine, beehives, and a boar. Then there's this symbol leading to this cave. Can you see that? Guess it's a little hard to see if it's not zooming in. We have a cave and then maybe an exit to the Thorpe Cave. Oh no, here's the Thorpe Cave entrance, and here's the Thorpe Cave exit. This is a mine with a symbol. We've got a monastery. High House Field. Well, there's our west gate. We've got stables. The Mentmore Woods. Ludlow Farm. St. Mary's Church. So we've got a whole bunch of churches. We've got a note here that this bridge floods at high tide. There's the Monk's Wood here with boar. We've got a little town here, Potter's Road. What road is this? It's a little hard when it's not zooming in. Too much green. Okay, Northgate. Some labeled roads. Some more estates. There's the Langforth Estate. It looks like they've got a big castle here. There's the East Gate. Up in the corner here, we have, what does that say? The Albringham Estate near Barnhold Woods. Then we've got an estate on a little island here. We've got another mine with another symbol. So it looks like all the mines have symbols. So there's one down here with the symbol for, and then a mine here with the symbol. Got a little astronomer's tower here. A land bridge during low tide. Another cave entrance hidden to us. All right, pretty cool. Let's get back to our game here. Receiving transmission. Location, Saxon Field, Red Ridge Square. Time period, 1345. Right, I'm here, but is this definitely the right place? Do we know when it's done with the text? There's the town crier. I guess this is narrating this. Hear ye, hear ye. Welcome to the Red Bridge Square tournament. That's what this is. I don't like that I don't know. I'm going to see if I can hear the audio. Let's see what the audio is like at least. I don't like that it's not clear when it's done with the text. Alright, you can hear this audio background music. I don't know, maybe you guys want this.
Yes, it all adds up. Well, the bad news is there's no sign of Gwen. But I've been asking around. It seems she's been here, and what's more, she's been helping some of the townsfolk prepare for the tournament. They say the last time they saw her, she was following one of the knights away from the tournament. I wonder if it's connected to the anomaly we detected somehow. We need to find out which of the knights Gwen was following, and why.
Alright, the chat universally prefers to hear the game narrated and music, so we'll go with this. Okay, she's following one of the knights. We need to know which knight and why.
I've rounded up all the townsfolk that saw her. I'll patch you through. Perhaps you can get more information out of them. If you've cross-referenced what they say with the list of knights on the Doomsday page, you should be able to rule out at least some of them. Tell you what, let's start by narrowing it down to 3 knights.
Okay, so they're gonna give us information that's gonna help us narrow it down to one of these, the 3 knights. Alright, here we go.
You can talk to the townsfolk in any order, but I think you'll want to start with Lady Redbridge. It's her tournament after all. In the meantime, I'll see if I can reach Gwen on her communication device. Come back to me when you've got 3 suspects. Don't let me down, kiddo.
3 suspect knights. Okay, and then it says that we're gonna choose who to talk to. Lady Redbridge is the first character on the left, which I guess is gonna be on the next page. Alright, so so we can talk to these people. Which knight was Gwen following? Talk to the townspeople to discover clues. Narrow the list of knights down to 3 possible culprits, and then we're gonna talk to Agent Steele. Alright, so let's start by clicking on Lady Redbridge right here and see what she has to tell us.
What's that? Yes. I remember your friend. Was a helpful young woman. She was running around lending a hand to everyone. It looks exhausting. But no, I haven't seen her since she left the tournament. She seemed very intent on following that knight, but I'm afraid I didn't see which one it was.
Alright, she was no help. She just confirmed to us the basic idea.
Oh, but I was having a very interesting conversation with one of the other knights at the time, so it means it can't have been him. At least you can cross one of them off your list.
Okay, so not the one she was talking to. Is she not going to tell us who she was talking to? We might have to infer it by what the other people say.
Now, if only I could remember which one it was. His dress was black and white, and there was an animal on it. I think it was red, and jumping. Oh, and something yellow in the corner. Does that match anything you've got?
Okay. So black and white, an animal that was red and jumping, and something yellow in the corner. Okay, well that looks like this one to me. I mean, I suppose you need to see it, see them all. Black and white, red animal jumping, something yellow in the corner. I don't see anything else that matches that. Okay, so she's telling us it was not Sir Ellis Brightwater. So these are all the knights. All right, so we've ruled out one of them. Oh, look at this. It's actually asking us to answer this. So, Sir Ellis. Can we just use his first name? That would make life a little easier.
Sir Brightwater, that's right. That's who I was talking to when I saw Gwen leaving. So you can cross him off your list. He's the favorite to win the jousting, you know. It'll take a true monster of a horse to challenge him.
Okay. We need to make note of that. Favorite to win the jousting. Okay, you gotta be impressed by the production quality of this
Do
game.
have a chinwag with the other townsfolk. Just bear in mind they've all been very busy preparing for the tournament, so you might have to help them out first. They're all having such rotten luck. Everything seems to be falling apart. It's almost as though someone doesn't want the tournament to happen at all. Anyway, good luck.
It's almost like the nemesis of the Time Ministry is trying to foil this tournament. Okay, so Gwen was not following Sir Ellis. You can cross him off the list. Okay, that's fine. Alright, next who do we want to talk to? Let's talk to this big guy in the center here.
Get out of the blooming way, Barry! Oh, alright. Didn't see you there. You're friends with that lady that took off, ain't you? Go on. Well, I'd be happy to help, but I'm having some real barney trouble catering for the tournament feast. Oi! Barry! No salt in that! See, all these blooming knights have all these new dietary requirements. That's 1345 for you. Very modern. Barry! Stop adding flavour to the spread! Anyway, the budget's tight, so each night can only have one type of meat. I need to figure out exactly the right number of boar, pheasant, and herring, so nothing is wasted. Can you help? Stop crying, Barry! Onions make you cry. That's clearly a potato.
Alright, so
How much
we've
meat
got...
should I prepare?
Alright, so we've got a little bit of puzzles here. We remember this, the last thing was the evidence H. What's the best view for this? I guess that's a little bit better. So we know we need H, but it's also suggesting we need D. Here, I'll do it this way. H, D, A is our map, and B is our Domesday page. All right, so using this and this, he's asked us to figure out how many boar, pheasant, and herring to prepare so nothing is wasted. Okay, so it looks like it might just be this page. All right, let's take a look at this page here. Otto seems like a nice fellow. He's a little stressed. He doesn't have any idea how much meat to prepare for the feast, and he can't afford to get more than is strictly necessary. To help him out, I've calculated that one boar will feed 6 hungry knights, one pheasant will feed 3 knights, and one herring will only serve 1 knight. Okay, so we're going to tell him how many boar. Each boar makes 6 servings. All right, well, this looks like a rather elaborate calculation here. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to try some new thing that I got. I got these transparent Post-it notes. I'm going to see if we can't use this to write on this without Destroying it. I don't remember how much this game cost me. I should thank the Patreon supporters of this channel, as usual, for helping to pay for these games. So we could write on this. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but let's see. Okay. Loves his bees too much to eat anything with wings. So he's not eating a pheasant. On a very strict fish-only diet. So the fish is the herring. Claims it inspires his poetry. Okay, so he's eating herring. Herring makes him vomit. Boar gives him gas. Okay, this guy doesn't like boar and doesn't like herring. So this is our first step to figure out what they'll eat. We'll eat anything that was once alive. Seems like he'll eat anything then. Only eats the animals he can see from his bedroom window. How cool is this? How cool is this? Okay, now we're going to have to locate him on the map and see what he can see. All right. So, Sir Quarters. This is pretty cool. Sir Quarters. Okay, let's find our knight here. Okay, Vincent Quarters of the Aldringham estate. The richest family in the area, famously miserly, they cling to every last penny. Okay, so we're going to find the Aldringham estate and then see what he can see from his window. How cute is that? All right, well, this looks like the Aldringham estate right here. Aldringham. Is that right? Is that Aldringham? No. Albringham. Is that what he is? Aldringham. This says Aldringham, and this says Albringham. Is that just a typo, or is there a separate Aldringham? What do you think? Is that, I mean, that's awfully close. Albringham versus, let me bring it up. Albringham versus Aldringham. Is that the same? Is that the same? I mean, if we can see an Aldringham estate, even better, but I'm not sure. They're all in these gray, so it shouldn't be too hard, right? It must be the same. All right, so you can see what he can see from his window. It's boar. I don't think there's any other animals near his estate. All right, so we're back to only eats what he can see from his window. So that makes boar. I guess we should do this when we know what it is. Okay, next one. Won't eat anything with legs, just feels weird about it. All right, well, a pheasant and a boar have legs. So he's not eating boar, he's not eating pheasant, but he could eat a fish. He'll eat anything except pheasant. Demands the taste of succulent pheasant. Okay, this guy will only eat pheasant. Will only eat birds, the most fashionable creatures. Okay, so he's clearly also only eating pheasant. Doesn't mind what he eats, just wants to be liked. Could be anything. Considers it bad luck to eat the animal on his crest. Okay, so Sir Brisley or Prisley. Bisley, it looks like. Sir Bisley. Okay, let's find out what house crest Sir Bisley has. Okay, so there's Bisley. Hench Bisley with a boar on his crest. Only considers it bad luck to eat the animal on his crest. That makes sense. So he's not eating boar. Okay, his father choked on herring. Won't eat herring. Whoops. Father choked on herring. Won't eat herring. Father choked on herring. Will only eat herring. He hated his father. Okay. Will only eat herring because his father choked on herring. Will only eat things with 4 legs. Well, that's a boar. Gets very grumpy if not given boar. Okay, well, clearly we want him to be happy, so he's eating boar. Will only eat things that live in water. Okay, that's the herring. I guess we should make a little note to this one. Like, we could give it to him and he'll just get grumpy. So let's make a little note there that if we have to sacrifice something, we'll do that. Only eats animals found near the ancient stone circle. Okay, I remember that. That's the ancient stone circle here. And what animals are near the ancient stone circle? I guess it's just the pheasant. Pheasant and bees, but it's just meat, so I guess it's pheasant. Ancient stone circle, so he's eating pheasant. And lastly, allergic to almost everything, can just about manage a herring. All right, so let's see the ones that we're not sure about here. Loves his bees too much to eat anything with wings. So he's not eating a pheasant, but he could eat a herring or a boar. This guy will eat anything. This guy won't eat herring or boar. Will eat anything except pheasant. He'll eat anything. Okay. So now we've got an interesting little algebra puzzle here. So if we look at our boar, our pheasant, and our herring, the first thing that we could compute is the minimum we need. So we need 1 boar, 2, 3 boar, 3 servings of boar. For pheasant, we need 1, 2, 3 servings of pheasant. And for herring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now total servings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 18 total servings. All right, and then we have our book. So one way to write this is to say 6 times the number of boar, that's how many boar servings, plus 3 times the number of pheasants, plus 1 times the number of herrings is going to be 18. with none wasted, right? Every boar gives us 6 servings. Okay. Now, you could make a fairly... Well, you know that you need at least 5 herrings. At least 5 servings of herrings, which means H must be 5. So, I mean, this seems like there's surely a better way to solve this algebraically, but let me just mess around. If B is 2, that would give you 12. That's not going to work. I think if you want to get it exactly, this has to be 6. This is going to be, so B is going to be 2. And then you could get pheasants either 2 or 1. If we give it 2, then we've got plus, then we've got 6 herring would give us 12 plus 6, 12, sorry, 6 plus 6 is 12, plus 6 is 18. So if I had to guess, we're looking at 2, 2, 6, but you could also get 2, 1, which would give us 6. If you want to get it exactly right, those are your 2 possibilities. And now we just have to see if that works here. I'm sure there's a better way to do it, purely algebraically. I'm sure we'll get the right answer here, but I just feel like we should be able to solve it exactly algebraically, but let me just do it this way. We don't have to know exactly who gets what. We just have to have a non-wasteful distribution. And I claim that these are the 2 possibilities. And one of them is not going to be doable. So let's see. If we have 2 pheasants, that would be 6 orders of pheasant. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Surely that's we could fill that in. What if we have 9 herrings? Can we do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we could do that too. Hmm. All right, let's stop and think about this for a second. So yeah, let me try to write this out better. This is a little bit confusing how I've written it. Basically, this is the equation that we care about here. Let's at least get the part that we can be explicit about written down. So 6 times the number of boar, 3 times the number of pheasants, and 1 times the number of herrings has to equal 18 servings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So there aren't that many ways to do this. And if you tried to buy 2 boar, that would give you 12 servings just in boar. And there'd be no way to do it. So you can't, you don't have 2 boar. You know there's only, you know that there's only 1 boar. All right, so that gives you 6 servings. And then your choice is 2 pheasants. So this gives you 18 servings. 2 pheasants and 6 herrings gives you 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18. But the other way to do it is 1 boar, 1 pheasant, and 9 herring. That would give you 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 9 is 18. So here are the only 2 ways to do it. Now the question is, which one of those is inconsistent? And I suppose, okay, so hold on. I guess we know that this is a pheasant here that we didn't circle. Okay, so actually we know that there needs to be 4 pheasants orders minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then you know there must be at least, if there's 4 servings of pheasants, there must be at least 2 pheasants. So this is our answer here. 1 boar, 2 pheasants, 6 herrings, and 6 actual herring, 1 serving each. 4 servings of pheasant means you must have at least 2 pheasants with 2 left over. Okay, so this is our answer here. 1, 2, and 6. Let's put that in. 1 boar, 2 pheasants, and 6 herring. 6 plus 6 plus 6. Okay, that's what I get. Let's see if my algebra is correct.
Well, blow me, Dan! You've done it! Right, I better crack on. But about your friend, I was serving Steendam to Lady Redbridge at the time, and she was talking to Sir Brightwater. That much is true. But there was another night there with them too. That would be Sir Inkling, boring everybody to tears with his terrible horse anecdotes again. So you can be sure it weren't him neither.
Okay, so she says there was another night that it couldn't be, not Sir Inkling. Boring to everyone to tears his terrible horse anecdotes. Okay. Alright, so not Sir Inkling. Alright, well that was a pretty cute little algebra puzzle. If we weren't sitting live on stream, I might try to figure out the algebra that would let you get that exactly. But alright, we got it. Alright, who do we want to talk to next? How about this little girl over here?
My master is the finest alchemist in the land, but unfortunately he exploded himself last week. Alchemy is a dangerous business. Anyway, while he's recovering, it's all up to me. And as it's the 200th anniversary of the tournament, Lady Redbridge tasked us with making a fabulous golden trophy for the winner.
Okay, golden trophy with
Problem
alchemy.
is, instead of writing down all his recipes, my master used secret alchemical symbols, and I don't know what any of them mean. Can you help me? If I can't figure out how to make the gold I need for the trophy, the tournament will be a disaster.
Alright, take it easy, we'll help.
I know each symbol represents an ingredient or a container to mix them in. I do remember one of them. This one here stands for mercury.
Alright. Okay, this is Sigrid's alchemy mission, and she gives us mercury. Alright.
If you can use the notes to figure out the formula for making gold, I'll help you find Gwen.
Alright, so it looks like 4 ingredients and 1 container, and we need the notebook, the map and crests, and we need I and J. I and J. Okay, there's J, and there's I. Okay, this is a very cleverly done game. I mean, you could see, especially kids could really love this, but the narrative framing of solving these puzzles is really quite good. All right, 4 ingredients, 1 container. 4 ingredients, 1 container, and each symbol could be an ingredient or a container. Okay, here's I and J, and let's find the notebook page that she cares about. Crop rotation, alchemical ingredients. Here we go. All right, let's take a close look at this. The alchemist is a brilliant man, but so clumsy. Seriously, he's a danger to himself. One of these days, he's going to blow himself sky high. Whilst I was visiting, he talked me through a few of his recipes. This is Gwen's notebook. The ingredients have to be mixed in the right container or they won't work. I recognized his crucible. It's a little clay pot. He also showed me an alembic, which is actually 2 jars joined together, and a retort, which has a long neck that points down. So look, she's mentioning these. So there's the alembic, 2 jars joined together, and a retort is a long neck that points down. I guess this one is the retort, this is the alembic. The crucible is the little clay pot, which I guess is this one. All right. These are the highly scientific notes of Dunstan, the master alchemist. They will act as a guide for my apprentice Sigrid. That's the girl we're talking to. In the extremely unlikely event of my sudden death, disappearance, or explosion. Arsenic, whether combined with mercury or lead, will always result in the unlucky subject's death. Okay, well, we don't want to combine arsenic with mercury. Make sure you always have enough salt. It's in 6 of my 9 recipes. Sulfur, never fail to make humans sick. Cats absolutely love it, though. Like my father always used to say, you can make an explosion. You can't make an explosion without a bit of horse dung. If you need more of this, you can always talk to Sir Robert. So, Sir Robert, why is Sir Robert useful to us? Robert Melton is bees. So I think this is bees. Bee, honey. To find the silver mine, follow the road out of the west gate until you reach High House Field. Head west from there until you reach a church, then take the footpath north through the woods. Okay, I'm sure we could find the silver mine. To find the copper mine, go through the cave entrance just north of the monastery. To find the tin mine, head due south of the castle. Okay, so we noticed all the mines have symbols. So we're going to be able to get the symbol for silver, copper, and tin by looking up those mines. Here we have the symbols of these different vessels. Here we have the symbol of honey. And then here we just have some recipe stuff. All right, now let's look at this. We know what mercury is. All right, so we can start filling these things out here, but how do we know what makes gold? how do we know what makes gold? It's this page is gold. Look at how cool this is. Wait, what does this say? That's weird. Look at this alchemical recipe. So here's something, a poison. Here's something to turn a man into a duck. Here's an explosion. Here's something to get cats to like you. Here's another poison. Here's something to make you sick. I don't know what this is, but it's to lose your hair. Here's something to knock you out and put you to sleep, a little narcotic, and here's gold. Okay, so here's our gold. And you can see that it must be put into this pot, this container, and we need to do these. All right, well, we know that one is going to be honey. But we don't know what the others are, so let's check out the mines and see if we can figure them out. We can use this to let us write here. All right, let's find our mines. At least we can get those symbols. We think this one is honey. Let's do the rest here. All right, let's find our mines. To find the silver mine, follow the road out of the west gate. Here's the west gate. The road out of the west gate. Till you reach High House Field. That's High House Field. Head west until you get to a church, which is St. Peter's Church. Then take the footpath north through the woods. Okay, so here, oh, sorry. So we've gone west, past Highfield House, past St. Peter's Church, through the woods, and we've got to this mine. That's the silver mine. So this is silver. Okay, copper mine, cave entrance north of the monastery. North of the monastery. There's the monastery. There's Thorpe Cave. Go through the cave entrance, head south at the other end. So here's Thorpe Cave entrance, Thorpe Cave exit. Then you go south, you get to this. So this symbol here, which I know is probably a little hard for you to see. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit there. That's a little bit better. Okay, so that one is our copper mine, which is this one here, copper. All right, and the tin mine is due south out of the castle and cross the bridge. Where is our castle? I mean, this looks like our castle right here. Due south out of the castle, across the bridge. I mean, there's castles everywhere. Bridge. Due south out of the castle, cross the bridge, leave town via the gate. I wonder if it's this bridge. Out of the castle south, across the bridge, leave town out of the gate. When you enter the woods, take the path east. There's our woods path east, gets us to here. So there's our copper. Sorry, tin. All right, so we've got silver, copper, honey, and tin. Now, let's look at that recipe. What are we looking for here? So, tin, honey, unknown, unknown, and vessel. So how are we going to identify what this one is and what this one is? So arsenic, salt, it's in, okay, look, salt is in 6 of 9 recipes. So here's the 9 recipes. How clever is this? So which item here is in 6 of the 9? Can we guess? It's probably one of ours that we're looking for. So I'm guessing it's either this 5. Let's see if it's the 5. 1, 2. It's certainly not the 5. So is it the little Y-shaped one? This is in one of them. 2. Well, it's not that one then. What's in 6? It looks like it might be this ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so salt is this one. Doesn't really help us though. Salt in 6 of the 9. Okay, arsenic, when it's combined with mercury or lead, will always result in death. Okay, so let's look at the 2 death. And when it's combined with mercury or lead will be death. And we know this one is mercury. So this is surely arsenic. And here it's arsenic, but not combined with mercury, but combined with lead. So that is pretty cool. So this is arsenic. We already know this is mercury. Arsenic and mercury is death, but also arsenic and lead gives death, which now gives us the other item we need to produce gold. I think we just need one more. Okay, that is pretty cool. All right, now let's look. Sulfur will never fail to make humans sick, but cats love it. So we're looking for what do the cats love and make the humans sick? And that's going to be this thing right here, because we already know this is our salt. So this is going to be sulfur. Sulfur and salt the cats like, but sulfur and other stuff makes the humans sick. So that one is sulfur. All right. Oh, this is so sweet. Okay, you can't make an explosion without a bit of horse dung. So we've got an explosion here. We've just got one explosion, but we know what these two are. The only thing we don't know is this one, and you can't make an explosion without horse dung. So now we know this is horse dung, which I believe is the last thing we needed to know to make our gold. And in fact, we've got all of our ingredients now. All right, so now the only thing is this question of, do we need to know the name of this one? We're told the name of two of the containers. The crucible, his crucible is a clay pot. He also showed me an alembic, 2 jars joined together, and a retort, which is a long neck that points down. Okay, so we know that the container is this container, which is this one. So let's see if we can put this recipe in and what choice we have here. Let's see if I can get this on screen for you while we put it in. All right, let me see what we have options for container. Okay, so we don't need... So our choices are alembic, aludel, crucible, or retort. So we've been given the names for all of them except the one. So I guess by process of elimination, it must be an aludel. And then our ingredients for gold are these. I guess we'll do them in this order. So this first one here is tin. The second one here is our honey or bees. Beeswax, I see. Our third one here is lead. Sorry, I'll get it so you can see it. So lead is our third one, and our fourth one, which looks like an IUD, is horse dung. All right. Any disagreement with any of that? Salt, mercury, horse dung are all that's needed for a nuclear bomb, according to this. All right, so I think I've got it right, and I think by process of elimination, we know what the container is called. Well, let's submit it and see if we're wrong. If we're wrong, we're wrong.
Oh, that's it! Oh, what a relief! Now I know the formula, I can make the most fabulous golden trophy Redbridge Square have ever seen. I can't wait to show it to my master. He will be so proud I did all this without exploding anything. As for your friend Gwen, maybe this will help. I had to take some medicine up to the Otterbeck estate on that particular day. I don't know which knight lives there, but he had eaten some dodgy herring and was in a pretty bad way. So it definitely couldn't have been him.
So not the knight who lives at the Otterbeck estate.
Anyway, I better let you get on. I think someone's been stealing from my mercury store and I need to figure out who. Good luck!
That's probably the Time Baron that's been stealing from her. Okay, let's see what this says. Gwen was not following the knight that lives at the Otterbeck estate. Okay, let's figure out which knight that is. Which of our knights is at the Otterbeck estate? Here we go. Sir Winston Shipley of the Otterbeck estate. So we've eliminated Sir Winston Shipley. We've eliminated 3, but we have to eventually get down to, we've got to get rid of 15 of these 18. It's got a lot more to eliminate before we're done, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, welcome back to Co-op for Two. We are playing through Medieval Mishap, a time travel game, puzzle game that is very cute and very enjoyable so far. Not super difficult, but enjoyable despite being not super difficult. And the art is just out of this world. And this is amazing. I mean, we'll talk about this when we finish, as always. So I am going to be curious about hearing your thoughts. I wonder if we're going to need this information at some point. But let's get back to our game. All right, so... Oh, did I have to go get my earbuds back. All right, who shall we talk to next? How about this guy here with the turban?
Ah, greetings, my friend. You must be new in town. I am Habib, a humble, extremely excellent merchant. Everybody throughout the land wants to buy my incredible silk, none more so than your Lady Redbridge. Indeed, she has ordered a large quantity to make the magnificent tents which will mark this most special of tournaments. The 200th, I am told. My.
Okay, silk for tents.
Alas, there is a problem. The other less diplomatic traders here at the market all have something they wish to trade, and each has something they want in return. But we cannot seem to agree. If we cannot reach a satisfactory arrangement, I shall have to take my silks elsewhere, and the tournament shall be ruined. Surely there is one combination of all the items that will satisfy each of the traders at the market. Can you find it?
Combination of items satisfy each of the traders. Okay, a little more algebra here. What combination of goods will satisfy all the traders? And it's saying we only need evidence K for that. Document K. Okay. So this document was this very cool one. Look at how beautiful this is. And it's clearly intended that we cut these pieces out so that we can physically move them along. Okay, so here we've got 5 traders. The baker starts with 3 bread. The fisherman starts with 2 fish. The woodcutter starts with 2 wood. The farmer starts with 3 wheat. The merchant starts with 3 silk. So we cut these out. We put them on their starting places. And then let's see how they all want to be satisfied. Almost all the other traders want some of Habib the merchant's fine silks. He will need to trade all of it away. He also wants to leave the market with 3 different items. So he needs 3 different items here. So we've got a constraint satisfaction problem. Beatrice has a big family. They can't survive by chewing the wheat from her field. She will need at least 2 items of food. So 2 of her 3 are going to have to be food. Bread or fish. Stale bread is a terrible waste. Isabella the baker wants to trade away all her bread. She will require at least 2 wheat to continue her delicious work. Okay, so she just takes 2 wheat from the farmer. Storm has damaged Bashir's fishing boat, ripping the sail and splintering the hull. He must trade all his fish quickly. He'll need 1 wood to make the repairs. Okay, so he needs 1 wood. Lily the woodcutter doesn't like fine silks, and her gluten-free diet prevents her from eating bread or touching wheat. So no bread or wheat, but she still wants to get rid of all her wood. All right, so I guess we are going to cut this up here and physically do it. A bigger scissors would be helpful. Now, what you can be thinking about while I'm doing this is, how would you represent this algebraically? If you wanted to solve it exactly, what's the, I mean, we're just going to solve it by experimenting, but it is interesting to ask what's the proper tool for solving it. These days with computers, you solve these constraint satisfactions just by running simulations. Maybe some annealing, but in this particular case, we'll be able to get it easily enough. It doesn't feel like there's any subtlety to this. Looking at the website, it seems clear that there should only be one exact solution, although you're using an app to look at the correct answer, so maybe we shouldn't assume that there must be one exact. It's going to check that we've got a satisfying solution. Okay, let's make our initial assignments here. All right, so she's the baker. She's got 3 bread. We know Habib has got silk. So he starts with his 3 silk. The fisher has 2 fish. The farmer has 3 wheat. And the woodcutter has 2 wood. Okay, so there's our initial setup. And now we can just do the things that we know must be true. So the baker needs at least 2 wheat. So it doesn't matter who trades with who, but we know 2 of the wheats must go to the baker. So bread is available. She still wants to get rid of all her wood. That's fine. I suppose they don't all have to get rid of everything. She needs to get rid of all of her bread. So she wants to give away all of her bread. So all of the wood has to be gone. All of the bread has to be gone. He needs to trade all of his silk away, and he needs 3 different items. Okay. 2 items of food. Doesn't necessarily say she has to get rid of all of the wheat. She needs at least 2 wheat. So she's satisfied now. He must trade all his fish, and quickly. He'll need 1 wood to make the repairs. So he's got 1 wood. So it sounds like he doesn't care what else he gets. He needs to get all his wood. He can't take wheat, and he can't take bread. But he could take silk and fish. So some combination of silk and fish here. He doesn't care what he gets here. She doesn't care what she gets here. She needs 2 items of food, but they could be 2 fish. And he could have 2 silk. Probably not. If you had to guess, you'd guess that probably this person is getting 1 fish and 1 bread. But not necessarily. 2 breads could do it, 2 fish could do it. This guy's going to need 3 different things. Bread, fish, and wood would be reasonable. But then he would need to take... So let's see. These are the only... Bread, fish, and wood are the only options here. So those are going to have to be the 3 unique things he takes. Bread, fish, and wood. But why can't he take wheat? He could take a wheat instead of one of those. Okay, bread, fish, or wood, but also he could take a wheat. I'm going to put things offset when they're options and lock them in when they're required. Still wants to get rid of all wood. Doesn't like fine silks. Aha. Okay, so this person doesn't want silk, wheat, or bread. Okay, so can't have silk, doesn't like wheat or bread or silk, which means that surely he needs some, wants to get rid of all her wood. Okay, so he can take fish. Probably he has to take both fish, right? He can't have wood. He can't have silk. He can't have bread. He can't have wheat. So it's got to be fish. So there's the fish, which means this person who needs 2 food is going to have to take 2 bread. The wheat person. She might have to keep one of her wheats, or she could take a silk. This person doesn't mind having an extra silk, and this person doesn't mind having an extra silk. So I think that's our answer right there. All we have to do to convince ourselves that this is right is to check that this is one consistent solution. So he doesn't like silk. No silk. He can't eat bread, and he can't take wheat. So this is consistent. Next up, he has to trade all his fish, so he can't have any fish, and he needs at least 1 wood. Silk is fine. The baker wants to get rid of all her bread, so she has no bread left. She needs at least 2 wheat. She doesn't care if she's got an extra silk. The farmer can't survive on wheat. She needs at least 2 food items, which are the 2 breads, and she doesn't care if she also trades a silk. This guy just needs 3 different items. So there's our solution right there. Let's put it in. The merchant has bread, wheat, and wood. The farmer has, let's see, can I show you this reasonably? Will I enter it all? Okay, not quite because of this screen, but we won't worry about it. The farmer has bread, and silk. This would be a good time to interrupt me if you think I'm doing something wrong. The baker has wheat, wheat, and silk. The fisherman has wood to repair his boat, and he'll take a little bit of silk. And the woodcutter has 2 fish. That's literally the only thing he's willing to take. He doesn't like silk, he doesn't like wheat, he doesn't like bread. Okay, so there is my answer. If there's no objection, Delia says, do we trade 1 for 1? Maybe we should. It doesn't matter. You don't have to go through the steps of 1 by 1. They're all just coming to a complete agreement. All right, let's see what happens.
Excellent work, my friend. A most successful day of trading. The tournament is saved. By you, and perhaps more importantly, my beautiful silks. Now, in all this excitement, I've forgotten the way back to the warehouse I used to store all my wares. Can you help me find it? It's right here in town, on the same street as one of the knight's estates. I remember this particular knight was very interested in my fine silks. And who can blame him? They are excellent silks.
Okay, so he says we're not quite done with him. He says it's in town on the same street as one of the knight's estates. This particular knight was interested in silks. Who can blame him? They're excellent silks. Alright, well, we don't need this anymore. Put this away. Nothing on the back. I think we're done with this. Okay. Particular knight was interested in silks, and we need the map and we need this. So it may be that one of these people actually mentions that they like silk. Not sure that's important. Nimble fighter, swimmer, ballistics, parental instincts. Coward, investments, inventions. They like horses, sculpture. Oh, I'm not sure we need poetry. Fine fabrics. Okay, so actually, if you had to guess, you would guess it's Sir Denton Black, whose family who's obsessed with fabrics. We're looking for where his warehouse is, where he stores his wares. So actually, if you look at the map, if you'll remember, there is the warehouse on the legend. So let's find our warehouses and let's see if there's one on Denton Black's estate. So here's a warehouse. 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 Here's another warehouse. So Sir Denton Black is at the Langford estate. So now there's the Langford estate, and there's the warehouse in the Langford estate. So it's probably this one on the same street as one of the Knights' estates. So there's the estate, and there's the street. So probably this is our answer here. Elm Tree Road. I believe that's right. So what road is it on? And I'm going to say Elm Tree.
Wonderful! Just magnificent! How can I ever repay you? Ah, yes, with the information you need. I saw your friend following a knight, to be sure. I did not get a look at his face, but, well, I consider myself a connoisseur of colors, so I can assure you of one thing. The knight definitely had some red on his shield. Now, I must away. It's always trading time somewhere.
Okay, so now we've got some affirmative information finally. That the knight we're looking for has some red. Unfortunately, a lot of them have red. Well, you could eliminate Sir Robert Melton. We could eliminate Vincent Quarters. We could eliminate Corn Weaver. We could eliminate Finn Bird. All right, well, let's move along to the next person. All right, let's talk to this milkmaid.
Hello there. We do things the traditional way around here. We've always planted the same crops in the same fields, year in, year out. But lately, I can't help but notice our yield has been smaller and smaller every year. Of course, I assumed our fields were cursed, but then your friend Gwen introduced me to the idea of crop rotation.
Okay, Gwen is teaching them modern agricultural practices.
Apparently, if you change the crops you plant in each field every year, it keeps the soil healthy and the crops abundant. Who knew? Problem is, Gwen disappeared before she could finish explaining exactly how it works.
Okay, we can help with
If
that.
we can't figure it out, I'll have to hold on to my harvest, and there'll be nothing to eat at the tournament. Can you help me plan how to organise my crops for the next harvest?
Okay, F, G, and D. B is our notebook. G is this sealed envelope. And probably this is our field. Alright, so let's look at what we've got. We've got a field, a grid, a 5x5 grid, and then G is going to be, I guess, the crop tiles that are going to go onto this grid. I think we're just gonna have to cut this. Okay, so it's a little Tetris polyomino, if you know that term. All right, so it looks like we're just going to lay this out to cover this, but now let's see if there are rules for this. This is Gwen's notes. I've been working on the best way of rotating Beatrice's crops so the soil will stay healthy. Being a farmer in 1345, she isn't very good at reading, so I'm relying on symbols to help her. These are the rules I think will work best. So this one, any field can be left fallow. That means leaving it empty for a year to let the soil recover. Okay, so this can go anywhere. These can go anywhere. Next up, everyone is sick of turnips, so Beatrice isn't going to grow them anymore. All right, so I don't think we have a tile for turnips, so she's just not using those anymore. Fine. Carrots replace peas or grazing. So I see. It looks like this is the current crops. That's cute. So here's the current crops, and then we're going to put new crops on top to rotate them. So basically, when we're done, there's going to be no more turnips. Okay, fine. Carrots replace peas or grazing. So these carrots, which are here, we're going to put carrots over either the peas or the pigs. So there's peas, there's pigs. So this has to go over peas or pigs. So it could go here. That may be the only place for it to, oh no, or it could go here. So carrots on top of 2 peas and a pig, or carrots on top of 2 pigs and a pea, or 2 pigs and a pea. All right, I'm just going to put it here for now, but we know it could, there's at least 2 other places it can go. Hay. So here's our hay. Hay has to go on turnips or the grazing pigs. Okay, so it could go turnips or grazing. So there's turnip and grazing. So this would be consistent. Turnip, grazing, grazing. In fact, all of the turnips, the only 2 turnips are here. So I think that means the only place for this to go is here. This one is the optional one. Maybe we'll use a little marker to let us know that there's other places for this. In fact, since it's red, we could just put that over there to tell us. But this has to be here, I believe. Okay, that's our hay. Wheat has to go over peas or pigs. Wheat has to go over peas or grazing. All right, so peas or pigs. So this is just very similar to carrots. Carrots go over peas or grazing, and wheat goes over peas or grazing. So I think it can't go here. So that means I think this one's going to have to shift over to here so that this one wheat goes over peas or grazing. That doesn't work either. What have I done? Oh, there's the peas or grazing. This is the only place for this to go. So then now we are back either here or here. Still 2 places to put it. All right, now peas replace carrots, wheat, or grazing. So this can go on top of carrots or wheat. No, that's hay. Carrots, wheat, or pigs. Carrots, wheat, or pigs. I think that means this is the only place for it. And lastly, the grazing can go over any crop, but can't replace a field that is already used for grazing. Yes, everything has to change. So it can't go there. And everything else is filled up. So this one is wrong, but this one can go like this. Now, if this is like this, do we now have a place to put this? No. How about this? No, it can't go there. Get rid of this one for a second. Just look at the places. So this could go here. Can go on top of any of those. And then this can go back. And this would be consistent. But so would this. And I think that's going to be decided by what shapes we have here. So, assuming we're not supposed to cut these, then I think we need in blocks of 2, but that doesn't quite work. But this will. Okay, I believe that is consistent. Now we could double check it. This is the one we moved around the most. So let me just look at carrots. Carrots can go on top of peas or grazing. Okay, so I think this is our solution. I've been a little bit careless with things, with just trying out answers, but I think we should just try this out as an answer, and then we'll fix it if it's wrong. I'm trying to find the best way to show this. All right, so it's actually only asking us to name 3. What's in A3? So A3 is the wheat. C4 is the grazing. And E2 is fallow. Well, let's try it.
By gum, that's it! Oh, you saved my bacon. And now I can help with the tournament. You know, there's been all sorts of bad omens. I've been seeing these strange hoof marks around my fields. But no horse I ever saw left marks like that. You mark my words. Ugh, gives me the shivers.
I think she's seeing some science fiction stuff.
Anyway, I saw your friend following one of those knights. Oh yes, my eyes ain't what they used to be, but his crest definitely didn't have green on it. Absolutely no green. Oh well, I hope that helps. Good luck finding your girlfriend.
Okay, so Beatrice says our knight has no green. So that eliminates a whole bunch of candidates from our list here. It can't be this guy. I guess that's green, so it can't be this guy. Can't be this guy. All right, well, let's keep going. No point in worrying too much about it for now. All right, so we've got 2 more people left. I think we'll go to this far right lady here. What do you think she is? She looks like some sort of academic. Yes, the astronomer.
Greetings, strange traveler. I am Celeste, a student of the stars.
When I told your friend I was an astronomer, she helped me make a device called an astrolabe. It allows me to calculate all sorts of things by the position of the suns and the stars in the sky. Anyway, she disappeared before she could give it to me, but I wonder if it's in your files. Maybe we could see if it works. Today is September the 5th. By my specific calculations, the sun is at a position of 70 degrees in the sky. If your friend was right, that's all the device will need to tell us the time of day, the phase of the moon, and the height of the tides. Oh my, I'm getting giddy. I hope this works.
Okay, so this is clearly going to use this. That's our L. And then the only other thing we need is the notebook. All right, that's pretty cool. All right, so let's just take a look at this device. So she's asking us to figure out what time it is, the phase of the moon, and the positions of the tide. All right, so here are the three R's: the time of day, the phase of the moon, and the position of the tide. So I guess that's going to be low tide. That's going to be high tide. It's a little ambiguous what all these intermediate positions are. Phase of the moon, time of day is a number. So we've got two independent circles we can move. All right, let's look at the notebook and see what the notebook gives us. Okay, here's the astrolabe. Celeste is a fascinating individual. That's the person we're talking to now. Such a brain on her. She's miles ahead of what I was expecting in this time period. I know it's technically against the rules, but I made her an astrolabe. I wanted her to see the stars as I do. Okay, so here we've got names for each of the variations of the moon. And here is low tide, rising, high tide, and falling. Okay. And then what have we got here? We've got a letter for each star according to the first letter of its name. All right, and we're told it's 70 degrees in the sky, and it's September the 5th. Okay, well here's our 70 degrees, and there's the sun. So the sun is at 70 degrees. So I think that's what locks in this inner wheel. The sun is at 70 degrees. And then it looks like this triangle is going to be pointing to September the 5th. Now, I guess we should know what horoscope would be September the 5th. But it would be odd for this game to require us to have that knowledge. But let me just do this. If it is a Libra, so only one, within each possible astrological sign, there's only one place where it lines up. So we don't have to figure out where within here. We just have to know September 5th would be here. So is this right? Is September 5th a Libra? It is odd that that's all we'd have to do. Like, what's going on with the planets? That's very strange. Like, what is going on with the planets? Why is that relevant to us? All right, well, what's the answer? What astrological symbol is September the 5th? Can someone in the chat answer that question? I find this one a little bit weird. Okay, looks like YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers, but really there's 0 viewers paying any attention. That's very informative. Okay. So I guess that's the way it goes. Astrological sign September 5th, Virgo, says this. For what it's worth. So if we point that there, we get these answers. What is going on here? It's just weird. Like, is that really all we're doing here? Seems odd. I mean, if this is right, then we read off. Then we've got low tide, 10 o'clock, and the phase of the moon is pure white, which is a full moon, and low tide. That's how to read that. And that's based on setting the sun to 70 degrees in the sky and this outer arrow in Virgo, and ignoring all these other planets because we're just caring about this. All right, well, let's see what happens. So the time we said is 10. The moon is full and it's low tide. Let's see what happens.
Astronomical. I knew it. This is so exciting. I'll finally be able to identify the 3 stars in that picture you had. I found it in an old dusty book in the monastery. It's been bothering me for years. I think Gwen had it in her files. Take a look.
I see. We're continuing to use this device. Okay, I really don't like that puzzle required us to know that September the 5th was Virgo. Like, that feels like that's the only time now that we've been asked for something that was not in the game contents. That's a very odd choice. Unless I'm missing something else in this book. Ah, look. Look. Signs of the Zodiac. Virgo, August to September 22nd. Okay, so it didn't it did actually contain the information. We didn't have to go to the internet. We just had to notice that it was on a different page. Okay, fair enough. That's fine then. All right, so she's got more work for us. L, M, and D, which is L is here, D is our book, and what is M? M is this document. Okay, so I'm glad we're not done with this astrolabe yet. All right, let's read what she says. She says, I'll finally be able to identify the 3 stars in that picture you have. I think Owen had it in her files. Which stars are in the picture? Okay, now we've got a little more interesting. So we know where we are. 10 o'clock, full moon, low tide. And now we've got something cool. We've got an illustration showing 3 stars in the sky, star A, B, and C. This one's at 30 degrees, 60 degrees, and 100 degrees. But it's a crescent moon, and it's got a date, February 20, crescent moon. Okay, pretty cute here. Okay, so let's go to so we're going to modify this astrolabe again. This drawing is at, so we've calibrated it, is basically, and now we're going to February 20. February 20 is Pisces, so our outer dial goes to Pisces. That's our February 20. Now, it's crescent moon. All right, where's our crescent moon? Crescent moon, we should be looking for mostly hollow. So I'm going to turn this inner ring and look at our crescent moons. So that's what our crescent moon looks like. Let's just see if there are more of them. So we're looking for, there's another crescent moon. White, a white sliver. So we've got a crescent moon here, a crescent moon here. So we've got a crescent moon here, a crescent moon here. So we've got 4 crescent moons. But we have a cool little extra piece of information. So there's 4 possible times of day it could be, 4 crescent moons. But notice that this is where studying the map early comes in. So let's look at our crescent moons again. If we look at our crescent moons, for example, this one, this crescent moon is at high tide. This crescent moon is at low tide. This crescent moon is at low tide. This crescent moon is at high tide. This crescent moon is at high tide. This crescent moon is at low tide. It's a little weird that we have some, I see, it's going to be, there's only going to be a couple that are consistent. Okay, so if you'll remember, this is pretty clever, pretty cute. If you'll remember, there were some things here on our map bridge that said, for example, this land bridge says low tide only. And this says Rowbook Island. So let's find Rowbook Island, which is here. Let's find this view. And when we do find this view, I think what we're going to notice is that this bridge is either there or not. And that will tell us whether we're at a low tide or high tide. So there's the astronomer's tower. I wonder if we're supposed to think that they're on the tower making the drawing. I mean, this is the entire Rowhook Island. So what are we looking at? It looks like we've got a tree and a church to our left. We don't see the astronomer's tower, so that's why I'm thinking, are we in the tower? You would guess that if it's about this puzzle, then it's going to be about this bridge. So if we're looking this way, are we looking into Thorny Island? I mean, there's no bridge, so surely it's low tide. But where are we looking at? There's a city to our right, and to our left is a church with a steeple. But where is this? It's a little weird. This seems like it should be very clear. We should be looking at something. Here, bridges flood at high tide. So this floods at high tide, and this again floods at high tide. But here's Rowbrook Island. I wonder if a little weird. It seems clear what's going on, but I'm having trouble figuring out what we're viewing. But surely we have to be. There has to be a bridge here that's under the water because it's high tide. So it feels like I should just be able to assume that, but why is it so hard to see what they're looking at here? This kind of looks like this. surely the whole relevant point of this is that one of these bridges is underwater, or we're not on the bridge. Any thoughts here? What does it say on the back? Oh, yes, thank you. On the back of the picture. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I completely forgot about that. Why in the heavens would someone steal my 2 telescope lenses? It's a mystery. I've written down what each of my 3 apprentices saw around the time the lenses disappeared. Perhaps their accounts will help me track down the thief. Apprentice Bronwyn says it was 12 o'clock on April 19th. I was gazing up at the sky. Canopus was above me at 90 degrees. Sir Bird would have liked the moon that night. It was so bright. I could clearly see the thief sneaking into Queensberry Woods. And this person says, I saw the thief on April 20th. It was 10 o'clock and they were hurrying across the bridge. And then Crispin says, I saw the thief on April 19th at 8 o'clock. They were walking across the land bridge to Thorny Island. I bet they were going to hide the lenses in the smuggler's caves. This feels like a different puzzle. I think we're going to get this puzzle next. But for this puzzle, I think this is not... Oh, wait a minute. Stars at midnight. Aha. Okay, so actually we are told what time of day it is. So now we can move this to midnight. So there's midnight in Pisces. There's 2 12s, though. It's either here or here, but there is our crescent moon. Okay, so midnight crescent moon. This is our configuration of this. It is high tide, which we would have guessed. Okay, now let's figure out where these stars are. So there's a star at 30, a star at 60, and a star at 100 degrees. So let's see what we've got now. A star at 30, a star at 60, and a star at 100. Okay, so there they are. Simple enough. Where's our notebook? All right, so the star at 30 is M, which is Markab. The star at 60 looks like an A. And the star at 100 is the B. Which is star C. It's either the M or an H. How do you... I mean, I guess that's an A, right? Maybe there is no H. Okay, so there are our answers. So let's go put those in. Star 1 was the M, which is the Markab. Star 2 is the A, which is Arcturus. And star 3 is B, which is Bellatrix.
At last! This device is truly incredible.
It's very weird that we didn't have to and couldn't identify this view. Here's the thief
I thought
test.
it has. A little while ago, 2 lenses from my best telescope were stolen. My 3 apprentices all claim they saw the thief, but their stories don't match up. I think one or more of them might be lying and stole the lenses. I scribbled their testimonials on the back of a picture. Read through them and tell me who I can trust and who is lying.
Who is telling the truth and who is lying? LMDAB. Okay, so A, B. And this one is L, M, and D. Okay, so now we're dealing with this. So we've got 3 testimonials claiming to have seen a thief, but one of these people, one or more of them, is lying. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to adjust these to what they say and see if we see a contradiction. So we've got Bronwen, and we've got Archibald, and we've got Crispin. Okay, Bronwen first says it was 12 o'clock on April 19th. Okay, so April 19th is Aries, and at 12 o'clock. So outer ring to Aries, 12 o'clock. There's 2 entries for 12 o'clock, here and here. Okay. And he says Canopus was at 90 degrees. And Sir Bird would have liked the moon that night. It was so bright, I could clearly see the thief. Okay. So Canopus at 30 degrees. So there's our midnight, and Canopus, that's not a C, is it? Is it a C or a D? Wait, it's hard to, let me see, maybe it's easier. That looks like a D. Yeah, there's C at 100. So this is a lie. Canopus is not. No, actually, this says 90 degrees, boy. Okay, so there were 2 12s. So if we go to the other 12, is Canopus at 90? Yes. Okay, there we go. Canopus at 90, and he says the moon was so bright. So, however, this is our moon. It's not so bright. That is a Gibbons moon. No, that is a crescent moon. So full moon is brightest, and then how does this work? I actually don't know about, like, it's not eclipsed, right? Crescent means just a sliver of it. So this feels like, I'm just going to write down that he's got sliver moon. I guess that seems like a lie to me. Let's do the next one and we'll see what contradictions we find. The next guy says April 20th. April 20th is Taurus. So outer ring to Taurus. $10 o'clock. And they were hurrying across the bridge, which is going to be low tide, high tide. So let's go to 10 o'clock. 10. It's actually interesting that there are multiple places where 10 o'clock is. Like there's a 10 and there's a 10. So we have to check multiple 10 o'clocks. Okay, 10 o'clock, they were hurrying across the bridge behind Sir Waite's estate. So this is going to give us whether a bridge should have been underwater or not. So Tendeth Waste is at the Holbeck estate. So there's the Holbeck estate, and we're told that the bridge floods at high tide. This person says at 10 o'clock they saw someone going across the bridge to the estate. So if it's high tide, they couldn't have been doing that. So let's take a look. So Taurus at 10 o'clock is low tide. So that's consistent. The other 10 o'clock is also at low tide. I don't know if that means 10 p.m. or 10 a.m., but that seems consistent. So everything Archibald said seems consistent. Crispin says April 19th at 8 o'clock. April 19th is Aries again. He says at 8 o'clock. So there's our 2-8 entries. He says they were walking across the land bridge to Thorny Island. So there's the land bridge, which is only walkable in low tide. So the question is, if we look at the 8 o'clock, this one is high tide and this one is high tide. So that's a lie. They could not have been walking across the land bridge. That's a lie about the tide. So I think we've caught two lies. This one is clearly a lie. It's this one about the moon being so bright. But we saw a crescent moon, which must be dark. So is that right, that a crescent moon is dark? It seems like it is, right? Full moon, all bright, and then it shrinks to this. So I'm going to say the first guy and the third guy lied. So according to my calculations, this one lied, Archibald was telling the truth, and Crispin was lying. One guy was lying about the moon, and the other guy was lying about the tide. All right, let's see if this is correct. What happened? I guess it doesn't like that. All right.
A thought occurs. A little while ago, 2 lenses from my best telescope
that
were
was
stolen.
wrong.
My 3 apprentices all claim they saw the thief.
It looks like
but
it
their
was the
stories don't
silver.
match up.
It was the moon part
I
that
think
it
one or
said
more
was
of
the
them might be
truth.
lying and stole the lenses.
Archibald.
I scribbled
So,
their testimonials on the back of
That's
the picture.
weird. Well, let's do
Read
this guy
through them
again.
and
12
tell me
o'clock,
who
April
I can trust and who
19th.
is lying.
Aries. We have 2 12 o'clocks. Oh, I see what we got wrong. That's actually a full moon at 12 o'clock. Maybe we were looking at this 12 o'clock and not this 12 o'clock. Okay, so it was a full moon at 12 o'clock. All right, so he was telling the truth. All right, we got a little careless on that one. So only the last guy is lying about the tide, meaning he couldn't have been on that bridge. All right, a little bit careless. A little bit
I
careless.
knew it.
That's unfortunate.
I think it's time Crispin and I have a little chat, don't you? Why on earth would anyone want two lenses? They're useless without the viewing device. Anyway, to the matter in hand. I saw the night Gwen was following. Now, I'm not used to looking at things without my telescope, but I could clearly see some kind of animal or creature on the night's shield. I hope that helps. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to the stars.
Okay, animal or creature on the night shield. This is Celeste. She says an animal, creature on the night shield. Alright, so we just have one more person to talk to, and we should be able to solve this. But it's time for a break. First, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're watching Coffer 2. We are continuing our playthrough of the medieval Mishap. Probably our last session here. We've gone through most of the evidence. We have one more person to talk to in the town square, and then maybe a little bit of a finale. We've been playing for almost 3.5 hours. 21 concurrent viewers, 12 likes. It wouldn't kill you to like this video. Here's our map of the land that we're in. We're trying to find Gwen, a time traveler, a novice time traveler who's gone off, came to watch a tournament, and has gone off with one of the knights somewhere, and we're trying to figure out which knight she went off with. And now we're going to talk to our last person here. Let's talk to this guy, Randall, the squire.
Good day. Let me tell you a story. Every year at the tournament, all the knights take part in the grand horse contest. Each knight's horse is judged on a variety of criteria, from glossiness to personality.
They're judging the horses on glossiness.
The first ever horse contest 200 years ago is the stuff of legend. They even commissioned a beautiful tapestry of the top 5 horses that won that day.
So that's this tapestry here. Top 5 horses in the Grand Horse Contest of 1145.
But in the last few days, an argument has broken out between the knights. Nobody can agree which of these 5 horses was the overall winner. All those years ago. They're all so angry they're refusing to compete in this year's contest. All this horseplay is a complete nightmare. I am champing at the bit to rein in the chaos and get back in the saddle, so to speak. What, did I say something funny? Anyway, your friend was gathering clues before she disappeared. Can you finish the job and settle this once and for all?
Alright, so we need the map. We need the knight's shields. We need this tapestry, and we need the book. Look how beautiful this is, with the birds pointing in different directions, the ducks, the humans. Nothing on the back, but we do have a little summary here. Let's take a closer look at this. The Grand Horse Contest of 1145, full list of contestants. So these are the top 5 horses, and we're trying to figure out the overall winner, it sounds like. Who won the entire contest from these 5? But here's a total list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 3 minus 1. 17 total entries. For each horse, we have its name, its coat color, and its tail color. You can see here, sometimes we've got like a black and black. This is a gray and black, brown and brown, brown and light brown, orange maybe, white and white. Okay, so I guess we could probably guess their names from this. Depending on what you call these colors. Let's just look at some of these colors here. We've got brown, gray, black, red. I guess the red is the orange one. So this horse is brown and red. And this horse is brown and black, or brown and brown. So we should be able to come up with their name based on this. Let's see what else we have though. So it looks like this is going to be our last entry in this book. And then Gwen has written her name here. All right, let's see what the notebook helps us with. Gwen says, I've been gathering information on the first ever Grand Horse Contest. The top 5 horses that competed are depicted in the beautiful tapestry in my files. It's not certain exactly what order they came in, but it was 200 years ago after all. But I've gleaned the following 4 facts. The horse with the white coat was no match for the horse with the black coat. The second best horse was standing next to a horse owned by Sir Bronson's ancestor. The horse that finished 4th was named after a farm outside of town located between the river and orchard, and one of the top 5 was Handsome Harold, but he didn't win. All right, so another constraint satisfaction puzzle. Let us try to attack this systematically. I'm going to put a little post-it on each of these so we can write our notes under these horses. I think these clear post-its are actually working pretty well. I wonder, I should have just put it right on top of them, maybe. All right, so let's look. Let's carve the chicken at its joint. Go through the easiest stuff first. Let's see. Second, now, horse with the white was no match for the horse with the black coat. One of the top 5 was Handsome Harold, but he didn't win. Okay, let's look up Handsome Harold. Let's see if we can put some names to these people. Where is Handsome Harold? Handsome Harold is black and black. So there is Handsome Harold right there. That's the only horse of the 5 that's black and black. So we're going to call this Handsome Harold. All right. I know this is not best. Maybe if I move these up? None of this is ideal, huh? Okay. Maybe now we can write a little bit better. Okay, so this is Handsome Harold. Black coat, black tail. And he didn't win. Okay, so let's keep our notes here. Handsome Harold has a bigger number than 1. He can come in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Okay, what else do we have? The horse with the white coat, which is this horse here, was no match for the horse with the black coat. There's only 1 black coat. We know he didn't win. So the white coat is, he's got to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th because he's coming behind Harold, who didn't win. And then we also know he's bigger than black coat, which is Harold. Now, can we give the white horse a name? Maybe it's not important. So we've taken into account that clue. We've taken a clue 1 and 4, so it's just 2 and 3. The second best horse was standing next to a horse owned by Sir Bronson's ancestor. We also know that Harold was not number 5 because white came in after him. Okay. The horse that finished 4th was named after a farm outside of town located between the river and an orchard. Okay, let's do number 3 first. The horse that finished fourth was named after a farm outside of town between the river and an orchard. So outside of town between a river and an orchard, where is that? So outside of town, here's a river. Do you see an orchard? Where are the orchards? I don't remember seeing any orchards. There's not many rivers. I mean, this you could call a little river or stream. I guess this could be river, but this is town. So we're looking for outside of town. Okay, there's an orchard. There's a river and orchard. In between, we can see there are only a couple things there. Named after a farm outside of town between river and orchard. Okay, Straight Arrow Farm. Surely that's it. Between river and orchard, Straight Arrow Farm. So let's look. Is one of these horses named something like Straight Arrow? Straight Arrow Sam. Gray coat, black. Okay, so this horse here is Straight Arrow Sam. And we're told that the horse that finished fourth, he came in fourth. So Sam, gray horse, came in fourth place. And the white coat was resting there. Okay, that's fine. All right, next up, our last clue. The second best horse was standing next to a horse owned by Sir Bronson's ancestor. So let us find Sir Bronson and figure out how we're going to tell who his ancestor was. Sir Bronson's ancestor, huh? I don't see a... Oh, here we go. Sir Bronson Inkling of the Blackwell estate. Inklings have been famous for centuries for their handsome, purebred black horses. Huh. It says purebred black horses. And yet it's a picture of a red horse. That's weird. But it does say for centuries, purebred black horses. Second best horse was standing next to a horse owned by Sir Bronson. Okay, assuming the black horse is Sir Bronson's, which black on black, that seems like, sorry, standing next to Handsome Harold. And we know Harold can't be in fifth place and isn't in first place. Now we know he's also not in second place. And we know who's in fourth place. I think that means Harold must be in third place, which means the person who's slower than him must be in fifth place. And the gray horse is in fourth place. And the white horse is in fifth place, third place, fourth place. So these are 1 and 2. The second best horse was standing next to Handsome Harold, almost by definition. I wonder if that's right, what we did here, the purebred black horses. Oh, this seems like this should be trivial. Let's look at this again. The white horse, which we haven't given a name to, was no match for the horse with the black coat, which is Handsome Harold. The horse that finished fourth is Sam. The second best horse was standing next to a horse. I think actually this might mean this part. So I think this is actually not telling us that it came in next. It's actually telling us this. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We can't assume he's third place, but what we can assume is that this horse was standing next to him and came in second. Standing next to, meaning in this tapestry, next to Sir Bronson's. He can't be fourth because we know who's fourth. He can't be second because the second best horse is next to him, and he didn't win, so he can't be first. So he still has to be position 3. Okay, so that's fine. He's position 3. He's position 2. So this is our winner right here. Now, what's the name of that horse who's got a brown coat and red tail? Brown coat, red tail. There he is, Clifton Spirit, brown and red. All right, any disagreement that that's our first place winner? We're explicitly told that Sam is fourth place, that white comes in worse than Handsome Harold, and that the second place horse is standing next to Handsome Harold, so that makes him 2, him 3, him 5, him 1, Clifton Spirit. All right, here we go. I feel confident about that. Clifton Spirit. It doesn't like it. That's not right. Okay, that's not right. But everyone agrees with it, but it's not right, according to this. Alright, what has gone wrong here? Boy, this seemed like it was the right answer. What has gone wrong? Let's make sure we got the name of this horse first. Brown coat, red tail. That's clearly Clifton's Spirit. There's no other horse with brown and red. The white coat was no match for the horse with the black coat. The second best horse was standing next to Sir Bronston's ancestor, and Sir Bronston has been purebred black horses. Second best horse standing next to that. The fourth best so I guess the question is why, and Handsome Harold didn't win. That's gotta be right. Clifton Spirit, surely that's right. Well, I suppose one way it could be wrong is if this purebred black horses, if we're supposed to look at this color instead of pure black, what horse would that be? We don't have a horse that matches that. So we couldn't even pick that if we wanted to. It's also frustrating that this app is not giving us any feedback. Like I click this button, nothing happens. What if I put like, does it say it's wrong now? It just doesn't give us any feedback. If I type it in wrong? Clifton Spirit. Clifton Spirit. Who won the first ever horse contest? I mean, surely it's not uppercase, lowercase. I really wish this gave better feedback when it thought you were wrong. Okay, let's stop. Let's try to appreciate the fact that we've gotten something wrong for real in a game that's been easy. Let's do it again. Maybe we were misunderstanding something. The horse with the white coat was no match for the horse with the black coat. The second best horse was standing next to a horse owned by Sir Bronson's ancestor. Sir Bronson says they're famous for centuries for their handsome, purebred black horses. And then it's got this very confusing illustration that's not a black horse. But maybe that's meant to be this? Doesn't really matter, though. Because if you swap those two, you still get the same thing. The horse that finished fourth was named after a farm outside of town between the river and the orchard. That was Sam. Let's check that. Make sure we didn't do something wrong there. Straight Arrow Sam, gray and black. So that's Sam. We know he came in fourth. We know the white horse came in behind the black horse. So it's either 5-3, and we know Handsome Harold didn't win. Let's make sure. I wonder if we didn't label that wrong. Where's Handsome Harold? Handsome Harold is black and black, so that is Handsome Harold. We know he didn't win. And we know the second place horse was standing next to Harold. Well, how do we know that Handsome Harold came in third? He couldn't have come in fourth. We know he can't come in fifth. We know he can't come in second. We know he can't come in first. So he has to be third. This feels like it has to be right to me. I'm confused. I'm going to hit question mark here. There must be something I'm missing. Handsome Harold. What color was he? Sir Bronson's Inkling horses are famously black, which means the second best horse is either Gorgeous George, gray with a black tail, or Bragg Fableau, brown with the black tail. We know the gray horse is Straight Arrow Sam, which means Bragg came second. Black with brown with black tail. Seems like we got that all right. Is there something we're not? Brown and red, Clifton Spirit. It feels like it's just gonna. Feels like we're right. Is there something we're typing in wrong? Clifton Spirit. Clifton Spirit. All right, let's see what it says the answer is. Clifton Spirit. Well, that's what we're trying to do. So we got it right, but not letting us enter it. Liftorit. So far, the weak point in this game is this web interface that is poorly sized and doesn't seem to want me to... You can't see that I'm clicking in it, but maybe I can show you with the mouse that I'm clicking on this button. Click, 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 click. I mean, what am I supposed to do if I can't advance it? What if we just say Clifton? Who won the first ever Spirit? What do you want from me, guys? You won't take my answer. Alright. Let's try differently. Let's copy. Can we copy the whole thing and try in a different browser? I'm very reluctant to change something for fear it's gonna forget where we are. Okay, so let's see if we can jump to it in a different... Okay, let's see if in Chrome it'll let me put this in. It won't even let me scroll up here now. Come on, guys, this is silly. Why would you design this so poorly? Why would you design this web interface so poorly? That I can't even scroll. This is so silly.
So to speak. What, did I say something funny? Anyway, your friend was gathering clues before she disappeared. Can you finish the job and settle this once and for?
The screen won't resize. You hit enter, nothing happens. Maybe it's broken. Yeah, it's broken. It's definitely broken. But what are we supposed to do about this? So far, desktop site.
All this horseplay is a complete nightmare. I am champing at the bit to rein in the chaos and get back in the saddle, so to speak.
Typing it in wrong?
What, did I say something funny? Anyway, your friend was gathering clues before she disappeared.
You can't even, in Chrome it's worse. I can't even there. Now it's resized, but it still won't take it, whether it's Chrome or Firefox. Why do you have such a badly designed website? That's the question I have for you. Why does this game with such high production quality have such a terrible web interface, which is absolutely required to play this game? On desktop site in Firefox. At least it's not losing its
horseplay is a complete nightmare. I am champing at the bit to rein in the chaos and get back in the saddle, so to speak. What, did I say something funny? Anyway, your
all this horseplay is a complete nightmare. Yeah, that's right, it is a complete nightmare.
Can you finish the job and settle this once and for all?
The music sounds off. Oh, I can't even hear the music. Let's try reloading this page. Yeah, it does
horseplay is a complete nightmare.
What if I click X? Alright, let's try this guy again. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, that's how I feel. I have no idea why your site is broken.
The first ever, but in the last, all this horseplay is a complete nightmare. I am champing at the bit to rein in the chaos and get back in the saddle, so to speak. What, did I say something funny? Anyway, your friend was gathering clues before she disappeared. Can you finish the job and settle this once and for all?
What is this bullshit? The winner by process of elimination is Clifton Spirit. Yeah, okay. We've got that, but you won't let me enter it. Turn off this music, which is getting very tiresome. Is it? I mean, it's told us that the answer is Clifton Spirit. It's not like we have to name the person who rode Clifton Spirit, which we can't know anyway. So part of why this website is terrible is that it gives no feedback when you put in a bad answer. Like on any question, if you put in nonsense, when you click this check, nothing happens. So it's like there's no feedback at all. So as far, we can't tell if it knows that, if it's failing, or if it's thinks the answer is wrong. We can't tell. It's this mysterious button that turns from black to white. Let's try again something different, another browser. I mean, maybe if we weren't on a tablet, life would be a little easier. What if we get rid of this? Oh boy. I can see my frustration levels are gonna start kicking in. I'm trying to cancel out the previous answer in case that part of the URL. Oh, Clifton Spirit. I mean, this is ridiculous for such an otherwise good game. This is insanity. Yeah, no, I thought about the idea. Could it be the owner of the horse? But it's not right, because if you hit hints, it gives you the solution. It is Clifton Spirit. The brown horse with the red tail. That's exactly what we did. The question mark is for the hints. That's what we've done. Someone in the audience could search for anyone else having this problem. It's literally told us what the answer is, and you click this and it turns white. So ridiculous. If we were on a desktop, I could check this for errors. Well, why don't we take a break? And I'll maybe try opening this up on desktop and see if I can figure out what's going wrong. Yeah, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we had a little hiccup there for a good hour where we clearly knew the answer and nothing was happening. I could see testing it on a desktop that what it's freaking out about somehow is the URL having this extra information in it that it put there, but so we're gonna just go to this part, which should be just this question.
That's it, you're right. Oh, thank you for your help. You have my unbridled gratitude. I saw Gwen following that night. I did not see who it was, but Sir Reynold was arguing loudly with his brother about the horse contest at the time, so I can tell you it definitely wasn't either of them.
The audio music is all messed up. Is it just because we have multiple browsers? Seems so. Okay, well, he didn't even give us a chance to answer it. It just advanced us. I'm not sure why it did that, but it obviously knows that we've answered it correctly on this device now. All right, let's not worry about it. Let's just move forward. Randall, who's glitched out, has given us our next clue. She says she was following the night. Sir Reynold was arguing loudly with his brother, so it wasn't either of them. Not Sir Reynold or his brother. So we should have enough to come down to 3 potential nights. Now let's see if it asks us for it.
Oh, I hope you find her. Things have been strange around here lately. At night, I sometimes hear a strange clanking from the stables, most peculiar. Anyway, hoof a good day. It's a horse pun, you know. What do you mean I've been doing that the whole time?
Okay, so it's all right. So it's letting us revisit these people, but we don't really need to. We just want to answer it. It looks like the screen is cut off. We can't do anything about that, but we have the button we can press, which I guess I'm going to press now. Let's see what
Come in,
happens.
recruit. How are you getting on? Did you narrow the list down to 3 nights?
Okay, that's exactly what we're going to do right now. Narrow the list down to 3 nights, given all our clues. All right, we don't need the horse information again. We just need this. All right, let's look at our clues. I'm not sure the best way to do it. Maybe the best way to do it is with some of these metal cubes. We need 18 of them, though. Suppose just for fun, we're gonna do this. We'll try to use, if we have, red for when they can't be. I think we have enough to do this. All right, let's try it. Our night has no green, so it's not this night. Can we get this all on screen? Yes, barely. Okay, so not green, not green. We're calling these green here. Okay, that was Beatrice that told us that. Celeste said there's an animal creature on the shield. So anything without an animal creature, I'm going to get rid of. Sorry, without an animal creature, get rid of. And that was gotten rid of because of green. No animal creature, no animal creature. Okay, next. It's not Sir Reynold or his brother. So you have Reynold Mortimer, So it's not Sir Reynold. And where's his brother? Philip Mortimer. It's not him. Guess these go here. Okay. Now, Lady Redbridge told us it's not Sir Brightwater. That's the one she was talking to. Not Ellis Brightwater. Otto says it's not Sir Inkling. And then Sigrid told us it's not Winston Shipley. And then Habib told us he's got red on the shield. So there's red here. There's no red here. There is red here. There's no red here. So we now have 3 remaining. John Mountford, Hen Tyne, and Hugo Holland. Those are the 3. We were asked to reduce it to 3, so now we know what they are. So let's put them in. All right, so our first one is John Mountford. Our next person is Hen Tyne. And our last one was Hugo Holland.
Not too bad, old pal. In fact, I'd almost go so far as to say... decent. Almost. We're not home and dry yet, though. I've not had any success contacting Gwen. By the time I've searched all 3 knights' estates, we could be far too late.
Alright, well, what do you propose we do about it?
All I could get from her communication device was this audio feedback. I can play it for you, but there's no way we can work out which of the 3 knights' estates she's gone to just from that. Is there?
Water bees. A clock tower chime. So bees, water, bees, water, and a clock tower is what I heard. I wonder if there was anything else though. So, but we know 3 candidates. So we know it's either John Mountford, and he's of the Lower Bly estate. That's Mountford. And then Hen Tyne, he's of the Montmore estate, or Mentmore. And then Hugo of Lindley Hall. So the question is, which of the 3 knights is near water, bees, and a clock tower chime? Let's see if we can figure out. There's also this, which I feel like it's going to come in handy at some point. All right, Mountford in the Lower Bly Estate. Okay, so here's the Lower Bly Estate. He's got bees. He's got water. Does the church have bell ringing? It doesn't look like it's got a bell tower to me. Unless this is a bell tower. Okay, what about the Mentmore Estate or Montmore Estate? Where is that? Okay, so here's the Mentmore Estate. It has a church and water, although not a bubbling stream. It's a big giant water, but no clock tower and definitely no bees. So I don't think it's that one. What about Hugo at Windley Hall? Here's Windley Hall. There's bees. There's a church, but there's no water anywhere near it. So I guess we're back to the Lower Bly Estate. There's his water on one side. There's the bees, and it must be the Holy Trinity Church that we're hearing the bells ring, don't you think? And then look, this might be water from this. It must be the church bells. I mean, clearly bees and water and church makes sense. No one else. These people are not near water. And these people have no bees. So I get Montford. All right, let's give it a try. So the knight is John Mountford. Oh, what estate? So see, now it turned it red. So now it seems to be suggesting that it knows right. Okay, so he's in the Lower Bly Estate.
Well, biff me on the noggin. You're absolutely right. Excellent work, bucko. If Gwen is at the Lower Bly Estate, that means Sir John Mountford is our man. I'm heading there now. It's time to find out exactly what is going on here. Gwen! Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I've come to rescue you.
I feel like the audio is a little messed up, but I'm hesitant to reload the page.
You made it at last! But Uncle Lance, I'm a ministry agent now. I don't need rescuing. I just need you to trust me. Look, I'm on the brink of something big here. I can feel it. But if Sir John sees you, my cover will be blown.
I'm gonna try rotating this to see if we can't convince it to fix the audio.
What are you talking about?
Shh! Sir John Mountford is the one who's been causing all these problems for the townsfolk. He's trying to stop the tournament from happening. I just can't figure out why. That's why I followed him here. can find are these documents. Notes about the tournament, some mad scribblings about a golden trophy, but they were written in the future, in our time. Sir John is the source of the anomaly. He's the one using future technology. He isn't a real knight. He's a time traveler, just like us.
The Fiend. But if he's not a knight, then he must be...
Baron! Well. If it isn't the family steel, what a pleasant surprise. I'm being sarcastic.
You're coming with us, Baron. You and your future tech.
Funny you should mention that. Clever, isn't it? Digital lock, metal bars, the future and the past working together in perfect harmony. Unlike the Ministry of Time with their meddling ways, acting like they're the time police for centuries upon centuries.
Of course! The trophy! It all makes sense. You wanted to stop the tournament so the trophy would never get made.
Okay.
What are you talking about, Gwen?
What is she talking
We're
about?
not talking about just any golden trophy. It's the temporal chalice. In several centuries, it's going to be melted down and made into the Ministry's first ever time machine. The entire history of the Ministry of Time starts with that trophy.
Oh, I see.
Someone was paying attention at time school. But since all of your do-goodery has ensured the tournament goes ahead, I shall just have to win the trophy myself. Then I'll melt it down and make my own time machine. It'll be as though the Ministry of Time never existed at all. And I'll found my own ministry. The Ministry of Barons.
Well, good luck getting through us.
Oh, I won't need luck. You see, you're behind bars and... well, I've been working on something to give me a bit of an edge. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got history to rewrite.
I've had just about enough of this baronial balderdash. We need to stop him, but we'll never break through this fiendish lock. Maybe if I punch it with my fists, Nope!
It looks like you need to enter a code to open it. Wait a second. The Baron dropped a piece of paper when he left. If I can just grab it. There! Maybe this will help us get out of here. I'm transmitting it to you now.
Okay, the dungeon password. Cross out the first letters. Fifth best horse, the lying apprentice, the woodcutter's dinner, the animal on Sir Risley's crest. Okay. So this is what Stacy was saying, that why we had to keep track of our previous answers. So I'm not sure we've done these well enough, but hopefully we have. Alright, so the fifth best horse was this white horse. What was its name again? It looks like Jackson Rambo. That's the only white horse. The second question was that symbol. Okay, I believe we have that still written in here. That was salt. Next up is the lying apprentice. We did write that down somewhere. Well, that was Crispin. Crispin was the lying apprentice. Do we care about his first name? It was on the picture. Apprentice Crispin. Okay, so it was just Crispin. The woodcutter's dinner. The woodcutter's dinner. Was that this? No, these are not the woodcutters. I think that was the guy who ate only fish. Or was it fish? That was this one. The woodcutter, remember, he couldn't eat anything but fish. Because he's gluten allergic and he doesn't like silk. And so the only thing for him was fish. Okay, so that was definitely fish. And then the animal on Sir Risley's crest. Well, it feels like we don't have to remember anything. We're just going to look it up here. And I think that was the boar. Bisley. So that was the boar. Okay, so thankfully we have those answers. Now let's go back. What does it say? Cross out the first letters. Okay. JSCFB. Well, let's advance this and see what it says, what it wants us to give it, because it's weird. Why would cutting out the first letters do anything for us? I wouldn't mind the audio being fixed here.
You know, I copied down a strange grid of letters from the Baron's files. It's on the back page of my notebook. Have a look. I wonder if the two are connected somehow. This could give us what we need to find the code.
Okay, so it's this page that we didn't notice at first. No idea what this means. It must be important. And then she's got this weird thing. All right, this said cross out the first letters. Does that mean use the first letters? Hmm. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's 14 by 8 grid. What does it look like? It looks like just random letters. There's a lot of J's. Cross out the first letters. I wonder if that means we're meant to cross out those letters in the grid. I think that seems likely to me. And then maybe the remaining letters spell something, and that's why there are so many of those letters in there. So I think we're meant to cross out. A little hard to see. Okay, I think that's what it is. We're gonna have something remaining after we finish. So all the J's get crossed out. And then all of the S's as well. A little hard to see. It's easier on screen. Okay, all the S's. We got an S there. Got an S there. S here. S. 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 All of the C's get crossed out. Another S. There's a C. I mean, yes, you're probably saying it would have been easier if I had just done all the letters F's and B's. Okay, we've got a B and an F. A B and an F. F and a B. F, B, B, F, 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 B, B, F, B, looks like a T. Okay, anything left that I didn't cross out? J, S, C, F, B. All right, now do we have something? Aldemir, A-H-R, edit. Well, I thought for sure that was gonna give us words. This is a 3. This is a 7. This is a 2. This is a, there's a B. This is a 0. So I think we've got a number here. The only question is whether this is a 1 or a 7. 3, 1, 2, 0. Is this definitely one of the letters we were supposed to cross off? Yeah. Okay, well, it's either 3120 or 3720. Regardless, clearly we know basically what is wanted here. What's the code for the door? Okay, what do you think it is more likely, a 7 or a 1? Surely it would just be a straight line if it's a 1. So I'm going to say 3, 7, 2, 3, 7, 2, 0. Okay, it's not a 7, it's a 1. It's an odd choice.
Now we need to get to the tournament and stop that Baron.
I really would like the audio to be fixed. How am I going to do that? If I click reload, is it going to make us do this all again? I'm
I'll grab
afraid.
his files. Maybe there's something in here we can use to stop him. Stay on the line, friends.
And as we enter the final joust here at Redbridge Square, out of nowhere, Sir John Mountford has horsepowered his way through the competition and looks set to take the golden trophy against Sir Ellis Brightwater. The temporal chalice will be mine.
There he is. That's Sir John, also known as the Baron. But what's that he's riding? That's no ordinary horse. Oh, now it makes sense. The strange noises in the stables, the odd hoof prints, the stolen lenses. Look at these blueprints I found on his estate. He's made some sort of mecha horse.
Why is the audio so bad? The mecha horse.
If we don't destroy that mechanical monster, he's going to win the tournament and the Ministry of Time will be wiped out of history. I'm going in.
Wait, Uncle, look! A fuel canister in 1345? That must be what he's using to power the mecha horse.
All right, recruit, this is it. Look at this blueprint and figure out what we need to add to the fuel canister to destroy the Baron's mecha horse and save the Ministry.
Is this going to be the alchemical stuff?
The moment we've all been waiting for is just around the corner. Who will take home the Golden Cup?
Okay. So you can see that the fuel tank is number 4. It's made of equal parts mercury and salt. So if you'll remember our chemical alchemy sheet, says that, let's see, you can't make an explosion without horse dung. Arsenic will always result in the subject's death. Sulfur is for cats. Salt and mercury, huh? Where's our... What we want is the explosion, which is made up of horse dung, mercury, and salt. So it's horse dung that we're going to put into the chamber, which will make it explode. I feel like I should be able to reload this page. I'm going to take a chance and reload this page to see if we can't get it to do proper music.
The moment we've all been waiting for is just around the corner. Who will take home the golden cup?
Okay, horse dung. So we're going to put horse dung in his mecha horse to cause an explosion.
All right, sports fans, here we go! Gentlemen, start your horses! Gassies, I need to refuel!
I say, what are you doing, man?
Sir John appears to be pouring some sort of liquid into the rear of his horse. Well, in all my years as a person shouting about jousting, I have never seen it done like that.
That's it, Bessie. Drink up. It's time to destroy the ministry once and for all.
You know what? I'm starting to think there's something very odd about this horse.
Hmm.
What in the name of...
We did it! Take that, Baron!
Why, what a strange turn of events. Sir John Montfort is disqualified for reasons of horse explosion. It therefore gives me great pleasure to announce the winner of this year's tournament, Sir Ellis Brightwater. Come and collect your golden trophy.
Oh, thank you, everyone. I will treasure this trophy forever, and also keep it very securely locked in my estate. I want to thank my mum, Sandra, for always believing me, and hi, Mum, and also all my friends who have supported me through thick and thin. Really.
Uncle, quick! He's getting away!
Put that remote down, Baron. There's nowhere to run.
Curse you, meddling steels. The temporal chalice was in my grasp. Well, you may have won this round, but you haven't heard the last of... What is the... It's one of these... One of these buttons is the... There we go. The Baron!
Oh, he got away!
We'll get him one day, Gwen. Or you will. Look, I owe you an apology. I should have trusted you to run this mission yourself. I underestimated you, and, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Uncle. I can't deny it was fun to send that Baron packing with you. Wait, I'm getting something. What's this?
Well, well, well. What's this I'm hearing about you meddling in affairs that don't concern you, Steele?
Director, I just wanted to make sure everything ran smoothly for Gwen.
Have you forgotten your first mission to ancient Mesopotamia? We were rounding up camels for weeks. I would have thought you'd learn to leave things well alone. As for you, Junior Agent Gwen Steele, excellent work. A successful first mission in the field. You too, recruit. Not bad. Not bad at all. As per Ministry protocol, you'll have an enthusiastic debrief from Agent Brian Morgan. And then you're free to go. Keep it up. Your achievements are not going unnoticed. I suspect we'll have need of you again.
Ah, righto. Well, goodbye, Direct. Oh, she's gone.
Don't let it get you down, Uncle. You meant well. If only you'd had our help when you were starting out.
Ha! I certainly could have done with a brain like yours back then. Oh well. All's well that ends well. Time to head back to 2352. Thank you for your help, old chum. I couldn't have done it without you. Guess I'll see you some other time.
All right. So here's our certificate we could print out and put on our wall. Document debrief. Is this going to be like a PDF with explanations of all the puzzles? Only 3 pages. What is this? This is not solution. This is just a little bit of history. Congratulations, you did a wonderful job. And then he says medieval roughly covers the late 5th to 15th century. So it's a little bit of history. A lot of knights on your adventures. All of these men, to be made a knight, you had to be from an aristocratic background. Some knights were women. Trades for a family business. Some extra facts. It's pretty cool. A little bit of extra history, and then order more mysteries. This is their shop. So we've played the Egyptian Enigma. That was sort of a beginner game. And then today we played Medieval Mishap. And then the Roman Rivalry is the one that's not out yet. All right. Well, let's take a short 5-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll talk about the experience of playing Medieval Mishap. We did have a couple of mishaps, but we pulled it through in the end. If you've joined me for this whole 5-hour session, I do want to hear your thoughts on it. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, time for some final thoughts here about the medieval mishap, part of a trilogy. Let's see, does the box say anything about difficulty level? The first Egyptian enigma was timed. This one isn't timed. The box does have a difficulty rating. It says medium difficulty. I can't remember if the new one, let's see if it says that it's harder. Difficulty medium again. 2 to 4 hour adventure. And Egyptian Enigma is going to be rated as beginner. So really, this is one of the most beautiful puzzle games we've played. And at a pretty reasonable price here, £24, I guess they are. Yeah, £24. But it's not just that it's beautiful, it's that it's feels like it really is appropriate. It's like medieval art. It's really does give you a feeling of being back in time and dealing with these old documents. And this map that we used over and over again in multiple puzzles, I mean, in addition to being beautiful, it's fun to solve puzzles with this map. Now, it's true that some of the puzzles were very easy. Not all of them were very easy. Some of them did require a little bit of thinking outside of the box and using different components. I think in addition to being just enjoyable, the process of solving the puzzles, so even when they were easy in an enjoyable way. And I think, leaving aside for a second some of the unpleasant parts of using their website, I think the structure of the game, using the website to provide this narrative arc through solving these puzzles, is very successful. It does very much motivate it. There's a real sense of charm here in this game. And the idea of traveling back in time and dealing with people in history, and then the interference of the time travelers in their history, that is all very compelling and makes for a very fun experience. Quite generous in the amount of content, the amount of physical documents, and then the website story gives us a couple extra stuff. I love having these little notebooks. I love that the puzzles are different pieces combined. This was a good example of where, when the game got very clever and was enjoyable, this idea of figuring out from here what chemicals were here, the idea that we would be like, okay, this is killing someone, let's look at these two chemicals, what's in common, what's different. This, using English comprehension with the pictures to solve the chemicals, that's a very satisfying puzzle. And this one was by process of elimination. Like, each of the puzzles were playing on slightly different things. That was really quite well done. Plus just the fun of dealing with all this, and the subject matter, and the humor. I think this might be one of the best puzzle games to recommend to a family with younger children. I don't think, an 8-year-old is going to struggle with this, but a mix-up of a younger kid and an adult solving this with that story in the background and the narration, I think this would be right up there at the top of recommendations that I would give for a narrative puzzle game. And the whole story is fun. Now, the one asterisk here is that website. I do not understand why a company that put in so much effort to narrate everything. I mean, it is really a lot of work went into creating that website with the narration. I just don't understand how they haven't done the fixing of a couple of the issues. The fact that on a large 10-inch tablet, it's not rendering correctly is bizarre to me. Why you wouldn't test and fix that? And nothing about that website needs a bigger screen. And the bug we hit where it wouldn't advance, and the poor user interface when you get an answer wrong, I just do not understand with 3 games why they haven't fixed that. That's sort of inexcusable. And then at the second half of the game, the sound and music was all messed up. If it was a regular puzzle game where it was unenjoyable to interact with it at all, then you could sort of excuse them for putting little effort into it. But with all the work they put into narrating everything, with the graphics and the different speakers and the humor, I mean, they had different voices for each of those 6 or 7 people we could talk to. It was all very well acted. The voice acting was great. The humor was great. It's just a shame that they didn't go that one extra step to fix the bugs on that website. Having said that, we did get through all of it, and it really was a pleasant experience. Okay, Joseph says, probably closest to a tabletop comes to the Nancy Drew video games. He thinks they're related. High production quality, amazing artwork. Most puzzles seem so easy, they didn't feel much like a puzzle. I'm going to disagree with that. I do not think that's fair. I think these were medium to easy, and with the target audience being younger players, I think this is actually a good level of difficulty for puzzles. Joseph says, there were some good puzzles that were both clever and required thought, just seems to bounce more towards the easier side. Melissa says, I enjoyed it. It was a light game for a Sunday afternoon. Wasn't hard, but it was entertaining, had an engaging storyline. If there had been a family around the table, the kids would have loved it, loved getting those puzzles right. Okay, Derek asks, so we're going to Deadbolt Mystery. We are going to be playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society games in October when we start to play some creepier, more adult, scary games. Probably in October we'll play a few Deadbolt Mystery Society games, but not before then. And Tina says, nice humor, nice production and theme. Puzzles having medieval themes, very nice voice acting. Unfortunate mishap with the audio. Puzzles seemed a bit samey, and I tuned out. It would be very good for children. Yeah, I mean, I do think children are not going to have an easy time of this, but a younger group with an adult, there's enough fun here that the adults are going to have fun and help the kids. Derek says 10 out of 10 besides the issues. Harry says complex, no. Entertaining, yes. I don't know. There were a bunch of puzzles here that are just sort of trial and error, but then there are a couple puzzles like the who eats what that even I still do not, it still hasn't quite clicked how you would solve this in a general sense. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the group is underestimating the difficulty level with some of the puzzles here. But nice in the sense that once you've got it figured out, you could check it. And then all of the puzzles involving the map and figuring out, like, there's some very clever stuff here. You're listening to the sounds, figuring out what estate is near those three sounds. This is sort of S tier puzzle game for a family, and probably would be the puzzle game I would recommend to families now. Although Ministry of Lost Things is right up there as well. Well, we've got two great games to recommend to families. And yeah, how'd you like to put this on your wall as a memory? Pretty cool. All right. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your help. 5 hours on a Sunday. That's an unusual Sunday for us. We may play a game of Vantage on Monday night if I get enough rest, but I'm a little hesitant to commit to it. But we do have some more live streaming set up for the coming week, and then in October we'll be playing a bunch of more adult scary games. I'll see you next time.